Chapter 1664. Yi Tianyun suddenly appeared in front of the Vile Emperor, a grin on his face. He wasn't worried that the Vile Emperor would attack him at all. After all, there was a thick barrier in front of him. He didn't need to worry about the Vile Emperor attacking him at all. "You are the ruler of this place." The Vile Emperor looked Yi Tianyun up and down. "That's right. I am the ruler of this place. Why have you come to my divine realm, Vile Emperor?" Yi Tianyun smiled. The Vile Emperor naturally didn't recognize him, and Empyrean God Sky Surge wasn't here either. They naturally didn't know who he was. As for the top 5 on the blacklist, the Vile Emperor didn't know much either. In the end, he didn't care about such trivial matters. What he needed to do was very simple. He needed to find a way to break through this barrier and become a God Emperor. It was as simple as that. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Not only did he not know about the blacklist, but he also didn't know about the existence of such a bizarre divine realm. "Did my race hide in your divine realm? I don't know what he's offering you, but if you let me in and capture them, I'll give you 10 times the reward." The Vile Emperor couldn't enter, so he had to try to lure him in. There were quite a few divine realms that would be willing to pay for such a low-level method. Yi Tianyun wasn't an idiot. Regardless of how much the reward was, the Vile Emperor would definitely flatten his organization once he entered. "If I let the evil spirit race in, my organization will probably be devoured by you, right?" Yi Tianyun smiled. "How is that possible? I definitely won't harm your people. All you have to do is hand them over." A murderous look flashed through the Vile Emperor's eyes. Yi Tianyun had killed so many of his people. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't have any face left. "Is that so? I don't believe you unless you swear an oath." Yi Tianyun pointed at him. "Swear." The Vile Emperor's face sank. If he really did swear an oath and broke it, even he would be in trouble. Perhaps he wouldn't die if he broke the oath, but he would be heavily injured. That wouldn't be a good thing. In particular, he had not even managed to do much before he would be devoured by the oath. When that happened, he would not even be able to attack. "What, you don't want to?" Yi Tianyun squinted at him and said, "I am the dignified evil emperor. How could I casually make an oath?" The evil emperor said coldly, "Then you can make your other subordinates swear an oath. There won't be any difference, right?" Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "Just let them bring the resources in, then I'll let you catch them." "How about that?" Yi Tianyun offered a compromise. If the evil emperor was unwilling to swear an oath, then he would have his subordinates do it. There was no problem with that. The evil emperor's expression was unsightly. He definitely wasn't willing to swear an oath. If he made the vow, he wouldn't be able to deal with Yi Tianyun. That was why he was so unwilling to make the vow. Now that Yi Tianyun had proposed such a method, he didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded his head and said, "All right, but the people hiding inside you are not weak. I need to send at least 2 of them in. How about it?" "Of course, not a problem, but the reward has to be doubled. That is 20 times. Yi Tianyun extended 2 fingers and said with a smile, "You're the one who said this, so you have to double the reward." Greedy human. The evil emperor cursed in his heart, feeling that Yi Tianyun was too greedy. His expression did not reveal any disgust, and still maintained an indifferent expression. "Then tell me, what are their conditions?" "I'll give you 20 times the reward." The reward they gave was very simple: a 7th grade core, a heavenly God spirit treasure, and a pile of materials. "I don't ask for much. Just give me 20 times the reward for the first 2. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "What?" The evil emperor's eyes widened. "A 7th grade core and a heavenly God spirit treasure. Both of them were relatively expensive items. If he were to increase it by 20 times, that would be 20 seventh grade cores and 20 heavenly god spirit treasures. This was simply a huge pit. What could it be that Lord Evil Emperor can't take it out? Eteonion laughed and said, "Of course, no matter what the 7th grade core's attribute is, as long as it's a 7th grade core, it's fine." The evil emperor immediately wanted to kill him. He had asked for too much from the start, but it was not wrong. If Huan Mingyu offered this kind of price, it would not be a problem. It was just that the multiple he offered was too high, and the conversion was too terrifying. There are too many, I can't take them out in a short time. Especially a 7th grade core. Do you think it's cabbage that you can take out so easily? The evil emperor said in a deep voice. "It's fine, I can wait. We'll talk about it when you take it out." Eteonion waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of him. He sat down and started drinking. He had plenty of time, so he was not in a hurry. The evil emperor's expression became more and more unsightly. It was obvious that he would not be able to enter without bringing the treasures. "How about this? I'll give you half the reward. As for the 7th grade core, I really don't have much. I can only take out 5, but I have a dozen or so heavenly god spirit treasures. I'll use this to make up for it. After I capture the person, I'll give the rest. How about it?" The evil emperor's eyes flashed, and he could only grit his teeth and give it out. After drinking a cup of wine, Eteonion smiled and said, "No problem. I won't drag things out. I'll give you this reward first. You can call someone over to make the oath. I'll wait here." "All right." The evil emperor nodded and immediately contacted the heavenly god elders. In the blink of an eye, several of them came over. After explaining the situation, the elders immediately knew what was going on. "These are the 2 I want to send in." The evil emperor immediately chose 2 upper heavenly gods. "Their cultivation is too high. Can you send a bit lower? With such high cultivation, I'm a bit afraid." Eteonion grinned. The evil emperor suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "Fine, then lower. I'll send these 2. He then sent out 2 mid-heavenly gods. At the same time, he said, "You can't get any lower, or you won't be able to capture the person." Huan Mingyue's cultivation wasn't low, so if they wanted to capture him, they had to be high. "Fine, then make the oath." Eteonion waved his hand and indicated for them to make the oath. The evil emperor nodded and indicated for them to make the oath. The 2 elders nodded and also made the oath. "I, Samit, I, Suofe, swear that I will not harm any life in the 3 realms god realm. I only want to capture Sea Wailing and Huan Mingyue. I won't touch anything else. If I break this oath, I will suffer divine punishment." Boom! The sky immediately flashed with lightning. They were also bound by this oath. There were no exceptions. Chapter 1665. The oath has been made. I've already placed the reward in this storage space. As for the rank 7 core, it's too big. It's not easy to place it, so I've placed it in another independent storage space. The cores were too big and took up a lot of storage space. They couldn't be too small, so they had to expand it to be able to hold them. This kind of storage space was extremely rare. Not everyone could have one. The best way to hold the core was to put it in the inner world, but the evil emperor didn't go in, so he put it in the storage space. As for bringing it in for the 2 elders, that wasn't suitable either. There were too many. Even heavenly gods couldn't easily hold the cores. It would easily cause chaos. At most, 1 person could only hold one. They really couldn't carry more. "No problem. You can come in now." Eteonion waved his hand, indicating that they could come in. The 2 elders nodded their heads at each other and slowly walked into the room. When they touched the barrier, The barrier slowly opened, allowing the two evil spirit elders to enter. At that moment, the evil emperor's eyes turned cold. He quickly turned into a black light and charged in. Boom! The two elders were ruthlessly sent flying in. As for him, he was sent flying out. His entire body was knocked senseless. Lord Evil Emperor, don't be so anxious. They just walked a little slower. Why are you in such a rush? Yi Tianyun looked at the two heavenly gods who were sent flying. Their injuries weren't heavy, but they were still a little injured. The evil emperor wanted to charge in when they opened the entrance. It was as if he had passed through them. However, the situation wasn't that simple. The barrier sent the evil emperor flying. Not only did he not come in, but he also knocked himself out. Seeing the evil emperor in such a sorry state, Yi Tianyun smiled. He knew that the evil emperor didn't have good intentions. How could he not guess what the evil emperor was thinking? Don't forget that this was the heavens barrier. How could they just barge in? There shouldn't be so many loopholes. After the evil emperor was sent flying, he felt a little better. His face was ashen. He didn't think that the barrier didn't have such a loophole. Looking at the mocking expression on Yi Tianyun's face, his heart was about to explode from anger. Clearly, he knew that his plan would fail. It's fine. I just want to test how sturdy this shield is. The vile emperor pretended to be testing it to regain some face. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the two elders. Hurry up and find Huan Mingwe, and that brat capture him as well. Hurry up at all costs. The vile emperor roared. His powerful divine will pierce through the shield, and was able to reach the elders who were closer to him. The two elders swore that they could only obediently go down and grab Huan Mingwe. The other cultivators could not be touched at all. Wait a minute, where's my reward? Yi Tianyun waved his hand, gesturing for them to take out their reward. The two evil spirit elders had no choice but to obediently hand over the items. They could only give the rewards that they deserved. The vile emperor watched from the side and cursed in his heart, I don't believe that this shield won't disappear. What a greedy human. But this kind of human is easy to deal with. I'll make you spit it out sooner or later. The vile emperor felt very sullen, but he could still accept this price in exchange for Huan Mingwe. After all, Huan Mingwe was a part of his plan. If Huan Mingwe didn't come back, then the plan would be put on hold. This was not something he wanted to see. After receiving the reward, Yi Tianyun grinned at them and said, since you've received the reward, then go to hell. In the next second, Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate to explode with his strongest power. He activated crazy mode, and a Fecta Divine Fan appeared in his hand. No matter what, this Fecta Divine Fan was equivalent to an upper-level heavenly venerable. Under the ferocious fan, sharp wind blades shot out, tearing through the void. Because it was too sudden, one of the evil spirit heavenly gods didn't even have time to react and was cut into two by this attack. At the same time, Yi Tianyun waved his hand again and cut the evil spirit heavenly god into several pieces, completely killing a middle-level heavenly god. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit, heavenly god, late-stage middle-level heavenly god. Obtained experience. The familiar voice sounded again, but not as frequently as before. Before, it could be said to be quite frequent, even described as crazy. After all, with a fierce shot, most of the evil spirit heavenly gods would be turned into ashes, and the lowest level would be at the heavenly venerable level. That experience could be said to be explosive, which made him feel very satisfied. Now, it was much worse, so he could only kill them one by one. You violated the oath. One of the evil spirit heavenly gods was furious. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to sneak attack. Violated the oath. Did I make any oath? Yi Tianyun smiled. He didn't make an oath from the beginning. They also didn't think of making Itianyan make an oath. The reason was very simple. Itianyan's cultivation was too low. He was at the late stage, middle level, heavenly venerable level. However, the truth was so cruel. The incomparably powerful heavenly God was killed just like that, as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. "Kill him," the evil emperor roared from outside. "Although you didn't make an oath, since the other party attacked, you can also attack." Although the evil spirit, heavenly God, didn't make an oath and said that if the other party attacked, they could also counterattack. However, even if they didn't make this oath, they could still counterattack. The oath wasn't absolute, and it wasn't that rigid. It was impossible for them to say that they would never attack. If the other party suddenly launched a sneak attack, it would be equivalent to tearing up the oath. Roar! The remaining evil spirit, heavenly God, roared angrily and swallowed the awakening crystal without hesitation, exploding with his strongest power. He wanted to use his strongest power to completely crush Itianyan. In the blink of an eye, 12 arms burst forth, along with 4 wings. It was extremely eye-catching. This was the awakening power of a heavenly God, but Itianyan was tired of looking at it. Of course, this power was still very pressurizing for him. With such a huge gap in cultivation, it was naturally not easy to deal with him. However, he did not level up immediately. Instead, he turned to another method to improve himself. Power of faith, explode. Itianyan grinned. He looked at the evil spirit elder, who was dashing towards him as though he was looking at a little bird. Ding! 50 faith points deducted. Damage increased by 50 times. Duration, 1 minute. This power of faith can increase the effect of a battle by 5 to 100 times. Consuming 50 points can increase one's combat power by 50 times. This meant that under the crazy damage mode, it would be 128 times, stacked with 50 times, which would be 178 times the damage. Chapter 1666. Under the superposition of various powers, his battle prowess increased crazily, reaching more than 190 times his original battle prowess. But this was not the end. There was still the bonus of the weapon, in addition to the bonus of the godly skill. Under these bonuses, the total explosive power reached more than 200 times the original height. Actually, he could still explode with even stronger power. For example, the power of faith could increase his battle prowess by another 50 times. But he did not do so. Suppressing the opponent in front of him, he did not even need to explode with all his strength. He only needed to explode with 50 times his battle prowess, and that would be enough to suppress the opponent. Boom! After exploding, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, even if the opponent had the power of a heavenly god. As the domain lord here, he still had the power to suppress them. After all, with the superposition of many titles, even a middle-level heavenly god would have to kneel in front of him. Such strong power. The evil spirit elder who was rushing forward was shocked. He could clearly feel that Itianyan gave him a strong sense of danger, which meant that his explosive power could not compare to the opponent. But now he could only choose to fight with his life, or else he would have come in for nothing. Dark Devour! The evil spirit elder roared. Open his hand. An endless power of darkness surged up, surrounding Itianyan. But the devouring power of darkness was still unable to wrap around Itianyan's dazzling white light. A sharp white light cut through the void, piercing through the endless darkness, and finally pierced through the evil spirit elder, turning him into a pile of ashes. He was completely burned into ashes by the dazzling white light, reaching the level of instant kill. This was the power of faith, purification. The terrifying purification could purify all objects, and thus easily purify the evil spirit elder's power of darkness. After killing him, Itianyan quickly stopped the power of faith. The time was less than a minute. The battle was a race against time. In a situation where the power was suppressed, Victory and defeat could be determined in a few short seconds. If he did not stop using it, it would continue to consume faith value. Faith value was not that easy to obtain. It was rather precious, really too strong. Tianyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In this place, he was truly a god. With the superimposed strength, he had almost reached the level of killing Buddhas and gods. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare to casually let others in. If he didn't save them in time, they would be in trouble. Their cultivation bases were too low, and they didn't even have the ability to block a single move. After the battle, Tianyan was very satisfied. Not only did he get a lot of rewards, he also got to plunder so many treasures. How could he not be satisfied? Most importantly, he was able to harvest experience points from 2 intermediate heavenly gods, which made him even more satisfied. All of the intermediate heavenly gods had been killed, but who would have thought that there would be reinforcements? This was out of his expectations. It seemed like they were reinforcements from behind, hiding in the surroundings to keep an eye on this side. The upper heavenly gods still had things to do, so it was enough to leave these things to some middle heavenly gods. You damned human, you don't keep your word. The evil emperor roared from outside the barrier, and even extended his hand to punch the barrier, causing a dong-dong sound to ring out. However, the barrier could not be broken, so he could only roar from outside. He never thought that Tianyan would have such terrifying strength. Even 2 great heavenly gods were killed in an instant. No wonder a god was allowed to enter. If it was an upper heavenly god, it would be more difficult to deal with him. It would be easier to deal with a middle heavenly god. Facing an upper heavenly god, Tianyan would indeed find it difficult to deal with him. The difference between an upper heavenly god and a middle heavenly god was too great. Even if he erupted with the power of faith, it would still be extremely difficult to deal with them. In order to be on the safe side, it was naturally fine to let a middle heavenly god in. Trustworthy? I wonder who was the one who wanted to rush in and talk to me about trustworthiness. Tianyan laughed coldly. If I had really let you rush in, I reckon that I would have died miserably in your hands long ago, and my power would have been completely flattened by you. It's not your turn to say that I'm not trustworthy. Tianyan's retort made the evil emperor unable to refute him. Of course, even if the evil emperor didn't do this, he would have killed the 2 heavenly gods. This was the plan from the very beginning. To deal with the evil spirit race, you still need to keep your word. Whoever kept their word would be an idiot. The evil spirit race was the race that didn't keep their word the most. If they still talked about trustworthiness with them, then they would truly be an idiot. You humans are not only greedy, but also untrustworthy. The evil emperor spat out angrily. Don't even think about coming out in this lifetime. As long as you or your subordinates come out, kill them all and leave none alive. Greed? That's also because I'm greedy, idiot, Tianyan mocked. Towards you, the main culprits of the divine emperor, why should I be polite? It's even more idiotic for me to keep my promise to you. What happened to those who joined your forces back then? You must have made a lot of promises back then, right? In the end, it was all for naught. You even lost your entire force and became cannon fodder. Survival of the fittest. They did things for this emperor, but if they didn't do a good job, this would be their fate. This emperor did not recruit them to raise trash. The evil emperor coldly retorted, "All right, I can't be bothered to talk too much with you. Your mouth is too smelly. Didn't your mother tell you before?" Tianyan pinched his nose and waved his hand with a look of disdain. Seeing this, the evil emperor was about to explode from anger. He stared at him with eyes filled with killing intent and said, "What a glib tongue, but it's meaningless. From today onwards, your forces will definitely be listed as one of the forces that I will trample. From today onwards, don't even think about coming out. Didn't I come out now? Tianyun stepped out of the barrier, then retracted his foot and looked at him with a mocking expression. The evil emperor's face was ashen. He had never been played like this before. After so many years, who didn't treat him with respect? Now, they were playing with him in all sorts of ways, making him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Good, good, good. I'll let you be arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The evil emperor gritted his teeth and couldn't be bothered to look at Tianyun anymore. He quickly flew towards the other areas. He wanted to circle around this place and see if there were any flaws so that he could break in. Seeing the evil emperor's departing figure, Tianyun's eyes flashed, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. What a joke! I can't wait for more people to be by my side. Unless they are all upper heavenly gods, they are all here to give away experience. Even if they are upper heavenly gods, ordinary upper heavenly gods are probably not enough to fill my teeth. Tianyun was not afraid of the evil emperor's threat at all. It was not easy for others to go out, but he could move as he pleased, especially when he had joined forces with the Fekta divine realm. When the time came, he would ruthlessly harvest the evil spirit race's vitality. Chapter 16, 67. Tianyun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to what the evil emperor was doing. He flew back and began to sort through his spoils of war. These are all my spoils of war. I got them from evil emperor. Evil emperor said. Tianyun brought out a pile of storage rings, within which were all types of heavenly god spirit treasures, as well as all types of cores, the heavenly god luck, and the others were all speechless at his extravagance. This was definitely the first time they had seen someone plunder the evil emperor, and not only had the evil emperor lost many powerful beings, but he had also lost many treasures. You're way too powerful. Are you really an intermediate heavenly venerate? The heavenly doom god had never seen Tianyun's power before, nor had the heavenly luck god. Both of them were completely dumbstruck when they saw it for themselves. Even they would be unable to withstand such a terrifying power. As such, when Tianyun had first returned, they had all stared at Tianyun repeatedly, trying to glean something from him. However, they were unable to glean anything. He was still an intermediate heavenly venerate without any changes. He didn't have a heavenly god's aura, nor did he have a heavenly god cultivation base, but he was able to kill an intermediate heavenly god. This was truly incredible. None of them had seen Tianyun's power before, and only after witnessing it did they realize that Tianyun wasn't bluffing. They could just leave this force to him to protect. I really am an intermediate heavenly venerate. Can't any of you sense it? Tianyun splayed his hands open with a smile. I can sense it, but I really don't believe it. I'm even wondering if you're hiding your cultivation base. The heavenly luck god looked at him from head to toe, and she wanted nothing more than to grab him and inspect his cultivation base. I really haven't. This is just my cultivation base. Tianyun shrugged in a resigned manner before a smile appeared on his face. I have so many resources here. Do you have any good ideas for me to expand my force? He definitely wasn't going to let the entire 3 realms absorb so many 7th grade cores. That would be far too wasteful. If he wanted to strengthen his own forces, he would definitely have to place them in the various planets. That way, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. We're very good at this, so let us help you. Heavenly God Doom, and the others' eyes lit up. They finally had something to do. So many rank 7th grade cores. What a huge investment. After they were built, the God realm of the 3 realms would definitely improve by a large margin. Aside from this core, There were also a bunch of Heavenly God spirit treasures, which Eteonyun generously took out for Heavenly God Luck to pick from. Since they were here to help him, he would definitely not treat them badly. However, none of them wanted it. Although these Heavenly God spirit treasures were not bad, they did not need them. They all had their own Heavenly God spirit treasures, so they did not need other Heavenly God spirit treasures. Moreover, the Heavenly God spiritual treasures that the heretical emperor had given him were relatively ordinary. How could he possibly give him something good? Even the rank, 7 core, was given to a smaller one. It could be said that he was extremely stingy. It would be impossible for the heretical emperor to not have any treasures on him. Who knew how many grade 7 cores he had? In fact, he might even have grade 8 cores. As for the grade 9 cores, that was hard to say. Of course, no matter how small they were still grade 7 cores. Their overall level was not low. Since none of you want them, I'll save them for fusing with my own treasures in the future. Eteonyun's gaze turned to the Fecta divine fan. If he smashed these Heavenly God spirit treasures, it would recover quite a bit of its power. Following that, he did not hesitate and smashed the Fecta divine fan ferociously, throwing a lot of materials at it. This thing was quite good, so it was worth smashing it. After smashing several Heavenly God spirit treasures, the Fecta divine fan quickly recovered. The frame on the surface and the surface of the fan were quickly restored. In the blink of an eye, most of it was restored. These were all Heavenly God spirit treasures, and they were of such high grade. No matter how weak they were still Heavenly God spirit treasures. After a round of smashing, it could still recover 50% of its power. Soon, it rushed to the limit of a lower Heavenly God spirit treasure. If he continued smashing it, it would recover most of its power. It could even recover to its peak upper Heavenly God spirit treasure. It was just that the price to pay was extremely high. It would require many middle Heavenly God spirit treasures or upper Heavenly God spirit treasures to repair it. Just by relying on lower Heavenly God spirit treasures, it would be very difficult to restore it to its original state. It has become a lower Heavenly God spirit treasure. Eteonyun looked at the Fecta divine fan. Its power had greatly increased, but the problem was that he could not really use it. If he wanted to unleash the strongest effect, he naturally needed Heavenly God energy. Right now, he was still a Heavenly Venerate energy, so he could only use half of it. Looks like it's about time. It's time to improve myself. Eteonyun thought for a moment. It was better for him to break through to upper Heavenly Venerate. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine upper Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures. Only with 3 Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures of his own would he be able to unleash greater power. He could not stay here forever. If he stayed outside, he would not be able to use the power of faith. Hence, he needed to improve himself. While he still had time, he needed to improve himself and refine upper Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures at the same time. After the heretical emperor left, it would be time for him to start a massacre. Level up. Ding. Congratulations to player Eteonyun for successfully breaking through to upper Heavenly Venerate early stage. After deducting a large chunk of experience, Eteonyun broke through to upper Heavenly Venerate cultivation. Actually, he could still continue breaking through, but he did not do so. Suppressing his cultivation was always a good thing. I've finally broken through to upper Heavenly Venerate. Then let's start refining upper Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures. Eteonyun immediately started throwing in piles of materials and began to nurture upper Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures. It was not just materials. He even threw in some Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures. They could also be used as refining materials. In any case, if he threw them in, they could slowly dissolve and then become a part of the materials. It was just that this would be very wasteful. Some things could not be put to good use, but Tianyan was just that rich and overbearing. He casually threw most of the treasures. As long as he could improve, he would not be stingy at all. After a round of smashing, Tianyan sat down on the spot and began to cultivate. The heretical emperor was still circling around outside. After circling around several times, he found that there were no flaws at all. Forget looking for flaws. There was not even a core of the array. Is this the blessing of the heavens? Just how did they get it? The heretical emperor's face twitched. Looks like I can only slow down the plan. Damn it, why did such a problem appear at this critical juncture? The heretical emperor angrily punched the barrier, but it bounced back and hit him. Chapter 1668. While the heretical emperor was arranging various plans outside, Tianyan was nurturing the upper-level heavenly venerable spirit treasure, constantly refining it. He had to refine a peak, upper-level heavenly venerable spirit treasure. After all, he still needed a very long time to break through to the heavenly God stage. Although he could level up now and reach a higher level, breaking through from late-stage upper-level heavenly venerable to the heavenly God stage still required a considerable amount of experience. Of course, if he killed dozens of heavenly gods, or even hundreds of heavenly gods, then this would become very simple. After nurturing for a period of time, finally, the upper-level heavenly venerable spirit treasure in his body gradually took shape. Gradually, it condensed into a pair of shoes. The third heavenly venerable spirit treasure that Tianyan condensed was not some weapon, nor was it some armor, but a pair of shoes. In the eyes of others, this was truly an inconceivable thing. He actually went to refine a pair of shoes instead of refining anything. Rise for me, Tianyan shouted. And this pair of shoes flew out of his inner world, landing firmly in his palm. What came into view was a pair of extremely detailed shoes carved with dragon patterns, and also like several giant dragons twining around them. Normally, one look and one would know that this pair of shoes was extremely domineering. It was just that to most cultivators, this was too much of a loss. They would rather refine a weapon than a pair of shoes. The true method of output was often weapons. What kind of power could shoes provide? 5 dragon, divine travel boots. Tianyan was not anyone else. He naturally had his own ideas for the things he refined. After refining it, he immediately gave it a resounding name. Without a doubt, this was a complete set of equipment. Weapons, wrist guards, and boots could all become a set of equipment. All equipment with 5 dragons carved on them. If they were combined, it would definitely have an extremely strong effect. Not bad. Tianyan looked carefully for a while and felt rather satisfied. This was definitely his current highest standard. Compared to a lower-level heavenly god spirit treasure, it was not inferior at all. Immediately he put it on. After familiarizing himself with it, he felt very satisfied. Refined bit by himself, it was naturally very suitable for him to use. The other heavenly venerable spirit treasures and heavenly god spirit treasures were ultimately a little less compatible. It's about time. I wonder if Evil Emperor and the others have left this place. Tianyan's eyes flashed. He was waiting for the heretical emperor to leave so that he could go out and start a massacre. With so many fat sheep waiting outside, if he didn't treat them well, he would be letting them down. Soon after, he quickly came to the side of the shield and used his spiritual sense to explore the situation outside. It was difficult for others to probe in, but he could easily probe the situation outside. Under his incomparably valiant spiritual sense, there was no place to hide from his surroundings. This was especially so when he activated the appraisal eye, which allowed him to see even more clearly. He could clearly see who was hiding at the side. As expected, they sent quite a few heavenly gods to hide at the side. Their concealment skills are quite impressive. Onion moved to another area and scouted out to roughly determine their location. Soon, he found all of the heavenly gods who were hiding in the vicinity. Overall, there were a total of 8 heavenly gods, 2 of which were higher heavenly gods. This was quite a large number. Originally, they didn't plan to send higher heavenly gods, but after seeing how easily Onion killed intermediate heavenly gods, they could only send 2 higher heavenly gods. The rest of the intermediate heavenly gods were just there for scouting purposes and to intercept some reinforcements. They knew that the 3 realms divine realm had reinforcements from other forces. Although they wouldn't attack, they would definitely retaliate if reinforcements came. As for reinforcements, when he came out of seclusion, Heavenly Goddess Luck came over to ask if he needed help from the Fecta divine realm. Onion turned her down and said that he would take care of this himself. If there were any difficulties, he would ask for their help. Since Onion had already decided they could only listen to Onion. Then, let's start with the weakest. Onion's eyes turned cold, and he quickly disappeared on the spot. Outside, Heavenly God Evil Spirit had been cultivating while paying attention to what was happening. Apart from that, they couldn't move at will, so they could only stay here obediently. It was extremely boring. I really don't know when this barrier will disappear. Cultivators inside, hurry up and come out for a stroll. It's so boring. This intermediate heavenly god was extremely bored. He had stayed here for so long, but not even a fly had flown out. It was extremely boring. At this moment, a shadow flashed behind him, but he was completely unaware. Splat! The 5-dragon divine spear pierced through his head, and heavenly god Evil Spirit's body stiffened. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late. Bam! Heavenly God Evil Spirit's head exploded into a cloud of blood mist just like that. The first one. The person who had appeared behind Heavenly God Evil Spirit was naturally Onion. The 5-dragon divine movement boots on his feet shimmered with a faint golden light, completely concealing him within space. Combined with his spatial bloodline, it was like a divine weapon for sneak attacks. He didn't need to face them head-on. All he needed to do was launch sneak attacks to easily take care of them. He then stepped forward, and a faint golden light flashed as he disappeared into space again, completely disappearing without a trace. He truly came and went without a trace. In the next instant, Onion appeared behind another heavenly god Evil Spirit and launched another sneak attack. All of the heavenly gods seemed to have been possessed, and they didn't even have a chance to react before their heads were pierced through, and they were instantly killed. When he killed the 4th heavenly god Evil Spirit, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he immediately turned around to discover that there was no one there. That's strange. Why do I feel like there's something behind me? Heavenly God Evil Spirit scratched his head as he quickly used his spirit sense to investigate, but he was unable to find anything. What are you looking at? A ghostly voice sounded from behind him. Heavenly God Evil Spirit immediately turned around, only to be greeted by a divine spear that pierced through his head. 5th one, die. Onion put away the divine spear as his eyes shimmered. He didn't think that the 5-dragon divine movement boots would be so effective. Combined with the power of the void, it was very difficult for them to detect him. Heavenly God Evil Spirit was able to detect him, but only a tiny bit. Most of them were still unable to detect him, and Onion's sneak attack was easily successful. Even he was astonished by the power of such a terrifying sneak attack. However, this was a perfect sneak attack that could only be unleashed with all of his equipment and abilities. It wasn't something that could be brought about by a single pair of shoes. Just a pair of shoes was able to combine all of his abilities and completely amplify them. This was the Fleetfoot step. Chapter 1669. After killing 5 heavenly gods in a row, there were only 3 heavenly gods left. However, 2 of them were upper heavenly gods, and it would undoubtedly be very difficult to deal with them. But before that, Tianyun first finished off the last intermediate heavenly god, and the 2 upper heavenly gods were left. These 2 upper heavenly gods had no idea that their subordinates had already been completely wiped out, and not a single one was left. If I don't destroy this organization, I won't be able to take this lying down. But when will this barrier disappear? Duan Rui shook his head. After staying here for a period of time, he began to feel bored. He had never done this kind of thing before. He would just rush over and devour them, instead of squatting here and watching obediently. Not only was this boring, but it was also not his usual style. He had always been straightforward and never hid to watch. He felt a little aggrieved, but this was not only an order from the evil emperor, but also their own thoughts. After all, Tianyun had killed so many of their companions and humiliated them so much. They were really unwilling to leave just like that. Previously, when they were beaten into such a sorry state, they had already sworn to destroy the god realm of the 3 realms. Thus, they could only fulfill their promise obediently. Duan Rui shook his head and continued to watch from the side. His powerful spiritual awareness covered the entire area, and even a fly could not escape his perception. As he continued to watch the situation, a murderous intent came from behind his head. A strong sense of danger made him quickly turn around and reach out to block it. Uffed! The incomparably sharp spear light directly pierced through his palm, but this bought him a lot of time to dodge. At the same time, the spear light slowed down by a beat, allowing him to quickly retreat and avoid this fatal blow. "It's you!" After retreating quickly, Duan Rui immediately saw who the sneak attack was. Previously, the evil emperor had allowed him to enter the god realm of the 3 realms, but Tianyun said that people with such high cultivation were not allowed to enter, so he could only replace him with other members of the evil spirit tribe. Thus, they had all seen Tianyun and had a very deep impression of him. However, after further investigation, he realized that Tianyun was on the blacklist. He immediately felt that his actions were stupid. They did not expect Tianyun to be on the blacklist. What they usually did not bother to ask had led to a huge mistake. If they had known about it earlier, the significance would have been different. They would have definitely paid more attention to it. Now that he knew it was useless, "That's right, it's me," as expected of an upper heavenly god, his perception is much stronger than that of a middle heavenly god. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. This was not out of his expectations. If upper heavenly gods could be dealt with so easily, they wouldn't be upper heavenly gods. Regardless of whether it was his perception or strength, they were both much stronger than before. "Brat, what else can you do besides sneak attacks?" When God Duan Rui was talking to Tianyun, he also contacted another companion. Since Tianyun had come out, he definitely couldn't let him go. "Idiots! What else do you have other than a high cultivation base?" Tianyun retorted with a smile. "You're courting death." God Duan Rui was furious and immediately attacked Tianyun. The power of an upper heavenly god burst out. He had seen Tianyun's power. Although it was not very heaven-defying, it was definitely not weak. Therefore, he attacked with 70 to 80% of his strength, wanting to kill Tianyun in one fell swoop. In the face of God Duan Rui's attack, Tianyun did not hesitate to meet it. After a fierce battle, he was sent flying and slightly injured. Even though his cultivation base had broken through, coupled with his crazy damage mode, he still could not kill an upper heavenly god head-on. The gap was still very huge, and he had jumped more than one realm. As expected of an upper heavenly god. Let's go. The 5-dragon godly travel boots under Yi Tianyun's feet swept up a burst of golden light, causing his speed to increase, and he quickly fled to the 3 realms. You still want to leave? God Duan Rue quickly caught up, closing the distance between him and Yi Tianyun bit by bit. Staring at Yi Tianyun's back, his eyes were bloodshot. As long as he killed Yi Tianyun, then the 3 realms god realm would completely collapse. At the same time, he could also make a great contribution and be rewarded by the evil emperor. It would undoubtedly be better if he could capture him alive. Yi Tianyun turned his head to look behind him, his eyes flashing with fear, which made God Duan Rue feel carefree. Where's that arrogant energy from before? You were still suppressed by me. God Duan Rue's speed increased rapidly, and it suddenly increased to the limit. Compared to Yi Tianyun's speed, he was much faster. Soon, he was closing in on Yi Tianyun, and there was only a short distance left before he completely caught up. Yi Tianyun was still a short distance away from the 3 realms shield. As long as he could escape inside, everything would be fine. Yi Tianyun was anxious, and so was God Duan Rue. If Yi Tianyun escaped back, then he would have no chance at all. Beast, don't even think of escaping. God Duan Rue stuffed the awakening crystal into his hand and unleashed all his power, causing his speed to increase sharply again. This caused the distance between them to shorten again. Soon, he was behind Yi Tianyun, and he reached out to grab his shoulder. This time, he planned to capture him alive, not dead. The moment he was about to touch him, Yi Tianyun's speed suddenly increased greatly, and he pulled away a short distance before completely entering the shield. God Duan Rue was infuriated when he saw this, but he did not stop. Instead, he rushed forward angrily. After he rushed over, he did not crash into the shield as he had imagined. Instead, he directly passed through the shield. I'm in. God Duan Rue was overjoyed. He did not expect to be able to enter. Will there be a small loophole when he passes through the shield? Before he could react, Yi Tianyun, who was escaping in front, quickly turned back and stabbed him with the 5-dragon divine spear. At this moment, Yi Tianyun seemed to have changed into a different person. His aura increased explosively, and the terrifying power made God Duan Rue's heart tremble. Power of faith. Activate. Activate 100 times damage stacking. When the power of faith was fully activated, it stacked another 100 times damage. Coupled with the crazy damage mode, it was already 228 times the damage, and this was without any additional damage. In an instant, Yi Tianyun's combat power was directly above God Duan Rue's. He was not afraid of God Duan Rue, but he deliberately attracted God Duan Rue here, and then used the power of faith to deal with God Duan Rue. Since he could not deal with him outside, why not drag him back to the 3 realms god realm? This was his god realm, his world. Chapter 1670. After the outburst, Yi Tianyun did not waste any time. Without hesitation, he swung his spear and attacked fiercely. With more than 200 times his combat power was extremely terrifying. The 5-dragon godly boots on his feet also erupted with full power. The 3 celestial venerable spiritual treasures connected together, and it was as if he had transformed into a giant dragon. The 5-dragon divine spear was the dragon's head, the gauntlet was the dragon's body, and the boots were the dragon's tail. After they were connected, the speed of his sprint increased dramatically, and he charged toward Heaven God Duan Rue in one breath. 5-dragon roar. Yi Tianyun immediately used his most powerful technique. 5 giant dragons whizzed over and surrounded Heaven God Duan Rue. This aura, what's going on? Heaven God Duan Rue felt a chill in his heart. He had seen the scene of Yi Tianyun killing his companions before, but his aura was definitely not this strong. Therefore, he felt that even if he faced Yi Tianyun with full power, he was confident that he could take him down. Who knew that Yi Tianyun's strength could be even stronger? The unparalleled aura made him feel more pressure. Damn it! Could it be that I've finally revealed my true strength? Heaven God Duan Rui finally realized that he had really been fooled, and completely fooled. He had thought that Yi Tianyun was afraid that he would run back, but it turned out that he had deliberately lured him in and chosen to kill him. This way, his companions would not be able to support him. Heaven God Duan Rui thought too much. The real situation was that Yi Tianyun could only use the power of faith after coming in. Outside, there was no way to use the power of faith. If he could use the power of faith outside, he would really be able to kill Heaven God Duan Rui without having to run back to attack. After all, with this power, the first sneak attack could already kill Heaven God Duan Rui. Why would he need to lure him back? Now that things had come to this, Heaven God Duan Rui knew that he had no choice but to summon the heavenly God's spiritual treasure and prepare to fight. Yi Tianyun also used his strongest power to fight Heaven God Duan Rui. Even with the power of faith, it was still not easy to fight. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion spread out in the God realm of the three realms. The violent shockwaves immediately spread out, and many cultivators sensed it. However, before the battle, Yi Tianyun had already warned them to stay away from the battle. After the explosion, Duan Rui dodged to the side, his heart incomparably shocked. His strength is really much stronger than before. It's not even on the same level. This is equivalent to the upper heavenly God level. He swept a cold glance at Yi Tianyun. Just as he was about to continue his battle with Yi Tianyun, a cold light flashed behind him. He had just dodged to the side, and because of the explosion, he could not see clearly in front of him. He believed that Yi Tianyun did not know where he was either, but when he felt a sense of danger, he knew that his location had been discovered. Puchi! Everything happened so quickly that even if he sensed the danger, it was already too late. With astonishing speed, it easily pierced through his head and nailed him to the void. Why your strength? How did it become so strong? Duan Rui's head had already been pierced through, but he still retained a little bit of consciousness. There's no need for you to know. Yi Tianyun did not waste time with him. He twisted the 5-dragon divine spear in his hand and instantly exploded Duan Rui's head. A heavenly god died, just like that. He knew in advance where Duan Rui was hiding. Naturally, it was the Fecta Divine Fan. Before the attack, he used the Fecta Divine Fan to divine the situation of Duan Rui's battle. Although he could not divine everything, there was no problem with the first few steps. After the divination, everything was much easier. Using his advantage here, he could instantly move to Duan Rui's location and carry out the strongest sneak attack. After all, he could go anywhere in the God realm of the three realms with just a thought. Wouldn't he be a fool if he did not use such an advantage? Therefore, in the God realm of the three realms, no one could compete with him in terms of speed. He could escape with one teleport or appear behind or in front of them with one familiar move. Even the evil emperor would find this terrifying power very troublesome to deal with. However, it was only troublesome. If the heretical emperor vented his anger on his subjects, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, Yi Tianyun still had to be careful. If there were no subjects here, he would really want to let them all in and exhaust them to death. I can finally kill a higher heavenly god. If I wasn't here, it would be very difficult to kill him. Yi Tianyun shook his head. If they were outside, he would have no choice but to turn and run. His current strength was still far too weak. After he killed God Duan Rui, he felt a gaze filled with murderous intent staring at him. He turned his head and saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. This person was none other than an old acquaintance, Heavenly God Sky Cloud. Tianyun remembered that Heavenly God Torrential Cloud didn't come to fight with him before, so he didn't expect him to appear in front of him now. Tianyun was a little surprised, but it was reasonable. He guessed that Heavenly God Sky Cloud had volunteered to come here after learning that he had appeared in the God realm of the three realms. That was indeed the case. After learning that Tianyun was here, Heavenly God Sky Cloud had volunteered to keep an eye on him. Tianyun had humiliated him so much and humiliated him within the evil spirit race. How could he tolerate this? As such, he immediately requested to come and kill Tianyun in order to wash away his shame. However, by the time he arrived, it was already too late. His companion had died at the hands of Tianyun. This made his heart tremble. One had to realize that Tianyun had been beaten to a pulp by him. If it weren't for Patriarch Heaven cultivation, he really would have crushed Tianyun to death. Now, his understanding of Tianyun had been completely upended. How had he become so powerful? Although Heavenly God Duanrui was not as powerful as him, he was still a higher heavenly god, yet he had been killed by Tianyun. He had seen everything that had happened just now. After all, he was unable to use his spiritual sense to scan the area clearly. However, he knew that it was Tianyun who had killed his companion, and that was enough for him. Lin was able to kill his companion without any help. This was far beyond his expectations. "Oh, Heavenly God Sky Cloud, we meet again," Tianyun said with a smile as he flew over to the barrier. Heavenly God Sky Cloud looked at him with a dark expression. It was not going to be easy to kill Tianyun now. In particular, whether or not Tianyun would let him in was another matter. Chapter 16, 71. Even though Tianyun had become much more powerful, Empyrean God Torrential Cloud was confident that he could still deal with him. Besides, if he didn't go in, he wouldn't have a chance to kill Tianyun. He would have no choice but to watch from the outside. His original plan was to wait for Tianyun to come out. If Tianyun didn't come out, then he would kill his subordinates and force Tianyun to come out. Tianyun looked at Empyrean God Torrential Cloud. It had to be said that Empyrean God Torrential Cloud lived up to his reputation as a patriarch. His overall combat prowess was far superior to that of Empyrean God Duanrui. They were both early-stage Empyrean gods, but Empyrean God Torrential Cloud was much more powerful. Only by comparing them could one tell where the disparity lay. That's not a problem. Tianyun looked at Empyrean God Torrential Cloud as he calculated his chances of defeating him. After all, when Empyrean God Torrential Cloud unleashed his full power, he would undoubtedly be even more monstrous. As such, he had to think carefully before letting him in. He didn't care if he was injured, but if Empyrean God Torrential Cloud went berserk, he wouldn't be able to stop him. If that happened, the three realms God realm would probably be affected. That wouldn't be a good thing. Then why don't you let me in? Empyrean God Torrential Cloud pressed himself against the barrier and motioned for Tianyun to let him in. Can't we talk about the past here? If you want to say something, you can say it now. Tianyun had no choice but to let Empyrean God Torrential Cloud in. Who knew if Empyrean God Torrential Cloud would go berserk and attack his subjects first instead of him? Looks like you're scared. Where's your courage? You were able to kill even Empyrean God Duanrui. Are you scared of me? Empyrean God Torrential Cloud looked at Tianyun with a disdainful and provocative expression. Either come out or let me in. The choice is yours. Didn't we agree to talk about the past? Fighting and killing is not my style. Tianyun waved his hand, and a wine table appeared next to him, and he started to drink slowly. Bulsh *T. Don't talk so much, just tell me. Do you have the guts to come out and fight with me? Either you let me in and fight. It's your choice. Heavenly God Sky Cloud couldn't even be bothered to bicker with Yi Tianyun. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Tianyun's face to shreds. I choose to sit here and watch you jump around like a monkey. Yi Tianyun smiled and took a sip of wine. He looked at him as if he was looking at a monkey. Coward, weaklings, lowly humans. Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Don't hide in there. Heavenly God Skywave roared with rage. If you have what it takes, then break the shield and enter. That way, I will fight you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? If I could break through the barrier, I would have gone in long ago, Empyrean God Tower Cloud said, angrily. If I can't break it, then there's nothing I can do. If you can't even break through a barrier, what right do you have to fight me? Yi Tianyun chuckled. Bullsh asterisk T. Empyrean God Sky Cloud was about to explode with rage. This is a barrier given to you by the heavens. I don't know how lucky you are to have something like this. How am I supposed to break it? If you know what you're saying, then why should I go out and fight you? I have this thing to protect me, so why should I give it up? Yi Tianyun looked at him with a disdainful expression. If you have what it takes, why don't you cut off half of your cultivation base and fight me again? Your cultivation base is so much higher than mine, and you still want to fight me? How shameless! Empyrean God Sky Cloud was about to throw up blood from rage. I'm on the same level as Empyrean God Duan Wei. If he can do it, then I can't. It's not that you can't. Walk around the outside and bark like a dog, and I'll let you in. Yi Tianyun waved his wine glass, indicating for him to bark like a dog. You're the one who's going to bark like a dog, you lowly human. Empyrean God Sky Cloud was naturally aware of what a dog was. It was an even lower level pet, so barking like a dog was tantamount to barking like a dog. Well, you can have fun outside. Yi Tianyun didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to drink the wine. All right, don't come out for the rest of your life if you dare. I'll stand guard outside for the rest of my life. I refuse to believe that you won't come out. Empyrean God Sky Cloud was about to explode from rage, and he had no choice but to threaten him. Got it, little dog. Yi Tianyun raised his glass and smiled at him. After all, only a dog will stay at the door of my house and help me guard the door. Thank you very much. As a token of my appreciation, I'll treat you to a drink. He tossed the wine glass in his hand through the barrier as he spoke, which flew toward Empyrean God Sky Cloud. However, it was crushed viciously as soon as it reached Empyrean God Sky Cloud. How dare you insult me over and over again? I hope you don't fall into my hands for the rest of your life. Empyrean God Sky Cloud was very enraged, but he had no other choice. The barrier couldn't be broken, so what could he do? He was starting to regret coming here. He was about to explode from rage at the hands of Yi Tianyun, but he still couldn't charge in. Wait, I'm willing to let you in, Yi Tianyun said. Really? Empyrean God Sky Cloud's eyes lit up. Of course, but I'll only let you in with your head. You'll have to sever the rest of your body, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. In that case, I'll let you in. You're messing with me. Empyrean God Sky Cloud gritted his teeth. If he went in with only his head, he would die. Even if his body could recover, it wouldn't be able to do so in a short time. I'm not messing with you. If you do that, I promise to let you in. Yi Tianyun patted his chest with a smile. Boom! Empyrean God Sky Cloud's fist slammed into the barrier, but he didn't use much force. Instead, he glowered at Enlin with killing intent in his eyes. I don't have time to waste with you. Just remember, don't ever come out. He turned to leave as he spoke. He didn't want to stay here any longer. If he stayed here, he would only be toyed with and wouldn't receive any substantial benefits. After he had left for a distance, Tianyan suddenly stood up and stepped out of the barrier with a smile on his face. "I'm already out." Empyrean god Sky Cloud immediately turned to look at him. "Don't go back if you dare." All Tianyan had to do was take a step back, and he would be able to go back in. He still wouldn't be able to catch Tianyan. "Don't worry, I definitely won't go back this time." Tianyan continued to make his way toward Empyrean god Sky Cloud. "However, I won't be the only one here to entertain you." At this moment, several figures appeared in quick succession, all of which possessed extremely terrifying auras. Not only had the patriarch of the heaven cultivation god realm come, but even the realm leader of the dragon god realm had also come. Chapter 1672. Heavenly god Sky Cloud's expression instantly shifted upon seeing the powerful beings surrounding him. He couldn't sense any energy fluctuations around him. It should be said that his attention is attracted by Tianyan. From the beginning to the end, Tianyan attracted his attention. In particular, he was constantly trying to infuriate him, so much so that he didn't even notice his surroundings. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late. There were so many powerful beings surrounding him, creating a massive ceiling formation. This time, he wouldn't be able to escape as easily as last time. In other words, there was no way he could escape at all, not even if he used his escape treasure. The space around him had already been sealed, and unless the mighty figure who saved him was a bit more powerful, it would be very difficult for them to pass through space and save him. "So, you've been stalling for time, this entire time. How despicable." Heavenly god Sky Cloud glared at him with an extremely cold, killing intent in his eyes. The power within his body was quickly activated to the maximum, and he was ready to unleash his full power at a moment's notice. "Despicable? How can I be despicable when dealing with you evil spirit tribe beings? Compared to your despicable acts, our despicable acts are nothing." A faint smile appeared on Tianyan's face. He felt like this heavenly god Sky Cloud was a complete joke. He definitely wasn't going to talk to the evil spirit tribe beings about honesty or fairness. All of that was **T. He had to be more vicious and devious when dealing with them. If he showed even the slightest bit of mercy, he would definitely be the one to die. His enemies weren't going to give up on killing them just because they begged for mercy. They would still kill those who had to be killed, and they would still devour those who had to be devoured. Softening their hearts was like turning a rock into tofu. In the next instant, heavenly god Sky Cloud charged toward Tianyan without uttering a single word. During their conversation, he had already activated his power to the maximum, and he immediately unleashed it. At the same time, he stuffed an awakening crystal into his mouth to awaken his own power. He had already awakened his power once before, but he had paid a very heavy price to recover it, so the power of his power hadn't diminished in the slightest. "Even if I die, I'm going to make you die with me." Heavenly god Sky Cloud wanted to drag someone down with him. No matter what, he had to kill Tianyan first. In the blink of an eye, heavenly god Torrential Cloud had already reached Tianyan. He swung a palm down with devastating force, and an inky black energy engulfed everything. Tianyan had a smile on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. However, he did not move. He still stood where he was, as if he had been scared silly. The next moment, it proved that he was not scared silly. A barrier of light suddenly appeared in front of Tianyan, keeping heavenly god Torrential Cloud's attack at bay. At the same time, the barrier of light continued to envelop heavenly god Torrential Cloud. Even Empyrean god Tower Cloud had been enveloped by this ring of light, and it was gradually shrinking. Upon closer inspection, He discovered that these were all realm lords or patriarch-level beings who had joined forces to set up this grand formation that had trapped heavenly god surging clouds within. How could Empyrean god Tower Cloud possibly injure Eteonion when so many powerful Empyrean gods had set up a formation to trap him? Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Empyrean god Tower Cloud. One of the heaven cultivation god realm patriarchs harumphed coldly. Empyrean god Tower Cloud had snuck into the three realms for so long, but they were completely unaware of this. This made them extremely angry. As soon as they learned of what was happening, they immediately rushed over to provide reinforcements. Even if they had nothing to do with the three realms god realm, they would still rush over to provide reinforcements. Empyrean god Tower Cloud had been blacklisted by the heaven cultivation god realm long ago. They had to capture him or kill him no matter what. Thus, their army had set out to completely seal off this place, trapping Empyrean god Tower Cloud in his carelessness. You want to capture me? It won't be that easy. Empyrean god Tower Cloud let out an enraged roar as he unleashed all of his Empyrean god spirit treasures. He was willing to pay any price to unleash their most powerful attacks against the barrier. Following a series of ferocious attacks, the barrier began to loosen slightly. He had unleashed all of his power, and he was even willing to damage his Empyrean god spirit treasures in order to unleash this power, so it naturally wouldn't be weak. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of attacks did indeed cause the barrier to crack a little, but with the support of so many Empyrean gods, it was able to remain intact. Empyrean god Tower Cloud was only putting up a desperate fight. As long as he continued to suppress the barrier, Empyrean god Tower Cloud would definitely be trapped to death. As time passed, Empyrean god Tower Cloud's struggles became completely futile. In the end, Empyrean god Torrential Cloud was completely sealed off. His body was surrounded by multiple rings, completely locking him in place, as well as the power within his body. He was no different from a piece of trash now. He couldn't even move, let alone fight back. At most, he would only be able to say a few words. Got him. They were ecstatic. They had finally captured Empyrean god Tower Cloud. Now, they would be able to give the heaven cultivation god realm an explanation. Arf, you pieces of trash. Empyrean god Tower Cloud wanted to break free, but he was completely unable to move. After this bout of consumption, he was already somewhat exhausted, and it was even more impossible for him to struggle free. Empyrean god Tower Cloud, we finally captured you. One of the patriarchs flew down and looked at him with a cold expression. If it weren't for the fact that the vile emperor isn't here, all of you would be dead already. Empyrean god Tower Cloud roared. The vile emperor definitely wasn't going to stay here any longer. After giving some instructions, he hurried back to take care of the situation. Huan Mingyue had been captured, and there was still a lot of work to be done. After all, he had significantly impacted their progress. There was no way he was going to stay here forever. He would rather send more powerful beings to guard this place than come here in person. It wasn't that he didn't have the patience. It was just that there was no need for him to do this. What he had to do was far more important. The problem is that he's not here. Eteonion flew over to him. If he was here, I wouldn't have come out, idiot. Empyrean god Tower Cloud glared at him and gritted his teeth. Don't think that you can hide in there forever. There's no point in hiding in there. When the battle between the god emperors begins and you're the only power left, you'll know what kind of enemy you're facing. The battle between the god emperors begins? How long before it begins? Eteonion asked. There's no need for you to know that. By the time you realize what's going to happen, everything will have already been reduced to dust. Empyrean god Tower Cloud roared with laughter. He felt like everything was a joke. Even if he was about to die, he wasn't fearful in the slightest. To them, as long as the vile emperor became the god emperor, they would be resurrected. Chapter 1673. After heavenly God's sky cloud was taken away, the surroundings quickly returned to normal. However, Etienne's heart was not calm at all. Even though he didn't know when the battle between the god emperors would begin, he believed that it would happen very soon. Everything would come at an extremely fast speed and catch them off guard. That was what heavenly God Sky Cloud had said. Everything would be over before they could react. This meant that the army would be mobilized very soon. As for when, that was not very clear. Even Huan Mingyue didn't know this. Her main responsibility was to control the barrier. She had no right to do anything. Thus, it was normal that she didn't know. The information she knew was limited. A full-scale attack. Tianyan thought back to the evil spirit tribe that had been constantly setting up teleportation portals. It looked like the war was really about to come. Once it came, their targets would naturally be the Yuelong God Realm and the Heaven Cultivation God Realm. These two God Realms would be the first to be destroyed. The reason was very simple. They wanted to steal the evil spirit's pearl. As for the Fectagod realm, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Only his place was slightly safer and could last for another 1,000 years. If all the other forces were taken over, it would be an extremely tragic thing. When that time came, he would be the only force left. The evil spirit tribe would be eyeing this place covetously. That would be the most tragic thing. When the barrier disappeared, his god realm of the three realms would be instantly torn to pieces. When he returned to the god realm of the three realms, everything was the same. There were no problems. With the protection of the barrier, the cultivators inside naturally had a very easy time. Of course, they never allowed these cultivators to have a very easy time. There were still all kinds of danger zones. There was no guarantee of safety after entering, and they would still die. Without this kind of cruel training, they would definitely panic when faced with danger in the future. Those with higher cultivation bases could go to other god realms to train, and the level of danger was naturally higher. It's time to increase my speed. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up. Tianyan looked at the situation. With the help of the Fecta god realm, the situation had improved greatly. With so many cores set up, the cultivation area had improved greatly, which greatly increased their breakthroughs. Under such favorable conditions, their situation naturally improved rapidly. However, it was still too slow. There was still a long way to go before he could successfully complete the main mission. After all, he needed to complete the highest level of the main mission, which required him to be an Empyrean in order to complete the corresponding mission. All of them need to be at the Empyrean level. The difficulty is really high. The main mission was divided into several stages. Tianyan only wanted to complete the highest difficulty, which was roughly 30 lower celestial venerables, 10 middle celestial venerables, and 5 upper celestial venerables. Since he had previously completed a special mission, which was the Alliance mission, he could reduce the requirements by half. This way, they only needed 15 lower Empyreans, 5 middle Empyreans, and 3 upper Empyreans. Although it was halved, the overall difficulty was still not low. From the start until now, there had not been a single heavenly venerate. It was already pretty good to have a divine lord, much less a heavenly venerate. Fortunately, all the people he had recruited were counted. For example, Venerate Fengqiu and the newly joined heavenly goddess Luck were both included. However, heavenly gods, like the heavenly god of luck, could only fill in for the upper heavenly venerate at most. Overall, they were only lacking lower heavenly venerables and middle heavenly venerables. It would be quite difficult to get so many heavenly venerables to join him. Tianyan also did not want to recruit all these powerhouses. This would undoubtedly be detrimental to his development. We still need a lot of time to develop. Tianyan shook his head. There was still a lot of time for them to break through. Then his figure flashed and appeared beside Huan Mingyue. Huan Mingyue was still meditating in place. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, but it quickly evaporated. When Tianyan came in, she slowly opened her eyes. A hint of fatigue could be seen in her beautiful eyes. It was clear that it was very difficult to break this slave contract. "You're here. What's the situation outside? Did that bastard chase after us?" She was very worried about the situation. If the evil emperor chased after them, it would not be a good thing. "See for yourself." Tianyan threw over a recording disc and let Huan Mingyue see the contents herself. After Huan Mingyue took it, she began to read the contents. Her expression was very interesting. The content recorded was naturally that the evil emperor had led a large group of powerhouses to constantly attack the barrier. Later, they had even sent out their divine will, but it was of no use. "This is too amazing. I've never seen such a magical barrier. It's like that barrier." Huan Mingyue was overjoyed. This way, she was undoubtedly very safe. This way, you can break it without worry. "How much have you broken now?" Tianyan said with a smile. "I've broken about half of it. Just a little more time, and I'll be able to break it." Huan Mingyue had been breaking it for a few years. Time flowed very quickly here. A month outside was a few years here. It was dozens of times faster. No matter what, Tianyan will definitely arrange for her to be in this kind of room, so that she can use every second to break the seal. Time. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. What if I expand this great formation to the entire three realms God realm? What he needed now was time, and a lot of time. However, a time formation was not that easy to set up. The time and manpower required were extremely large. The more people cultivated inside, the more resources would be expended. As such, only a small number of cultivation sites would provide this kind of time formation. As for covering the entire God realm, that was almost impossible. The resources required could only be described as terrifying. However, Tianyan couldn't care less now. He had to increase his overall strength immediately. Soon, he went to find the heavenly misfortune god and the god spirit tribe patriarch. "I have a bold plan now, and that is to set up time formations on all the planets. Set them up at all costs. Can you do it?" Tianyan looked at them with a scorching gaze. "I don't want to say how high the level, but it has to be at least 10 times faster than normal." After hearing this plan, they were initially taken aback. The heavenly misfortune god and the others turned their heads and said, "That would consume too many resources. I don't recommend doing this. Setting up a small portion is fine, but setting up a large portion is really not advisable. The time required." "No problem." The elders of the Divine Spirit clan shouted at the same time, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 1674. As the core members of the God realm of the three realms, all of them agreed that they could do it. They didn't care why Tianyan had this idea, but as long as Tianyan gave them the mission, they would do it. "All right, then I'll leave it to you. If you need any resources, you can ask Celestial Empress." Tianyan nodded at Shi Shuiyun, indicating that he would leave this to Shi Shuiyun. "All right, let's go set it up right now." They moved swiftly, immediately leaving this place to set up the time formation. The heavenly misfortune god and the others were all dumbstruck. They didn't even have the chance to voice any doubts. Wasn't this a little too decisive? From a rational point of view, this expenditure was simply too astonishing, and it was detrimental to the development of the God realm of the three realms. Maintaining so many time formations required an astronomical amount of resources. Otherwise, most of the god realm would already be doing this, and there wouldn't be only a small portion of areas that could be used to set up time formations. Heavenly venerate, heavenly cloud. Isn't this a little too much? You're going to exhaust yourself to death by setting up so many time formations. I'd rather you set up a small portion of the area. That way, you'll still be able to sustain it. If you set up too many time formations, you'll expend a lot of resources at once. The heavenly misfortune god was very experienced in this regard, and she began to do some calculations for Tianyun. Maintaining a time formation requires a lot of resources. Even if it's only 10 times the flow of time, it'll require. Heavenly misfortune god, do you know why they're so obedient to my instructions? Tianyun interjected with a smile. You're the realm leader, so they'll definitely listen to your orders, the heavenly misfortune god replied. No, they think that since I've spoken, then I have the ability to resolve this issue, so there's no need for them to worry about it. Tianyun explained with a smile. That's impossible. So many resources are required. Just spirit stones alone will require a huge amount of resources. That doesn't even include other resources. There are simply too many things required, and it's not something that can be easily filled. Heavenly God Misfortune shook his head. Even their Fecta Divine realm would not be able to fill this gap so easily. Tell me, is what you're thinking about going to last for a long time? Tianyun looked at the two sisters. Yes, for a long period of time. Not too long, but at least 1,000 years. The amount of resources required for this is quite terrifying. Heavenly God Misfortune did some calculations and was quite astonished. I'm very sorry. What I need is a short-term one. Even if it can't last for 1,000 years, 100 years is enough. Tianyun looked at them indifferently and said, the battle between the god emperors is coming soon. What's the point of keeping so many resources? Are you going to bury them with yourself? They were stunned. Only now did they understand why Tianyun was so anxious. It was because of the battle between god emperors. If he thought about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Their habitual thinking made them think of the terrifying amount of resources from the very beginning. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that what the three realms god realm lacked right now was powerhouses. What it lacked was an increase in overall strength. Now that they had all the outstanding cultivation sites, all they lacked was time. The time formation could undoubtedly fill this gap, but the problem was that it would expend too many resources. However, maintaining it for 100 years was not an issue. This would undoubtedly buy them a lot of time, especially for the battle between the god emperors that Tianyun was talking about. If the battle between the god emperors came, they wouldn't have time to use all the resources they had. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. The heavenly god Misfortune and the others were extremely embarrassed. They hadn't thought about this for a while. Even if time is accelerated, 100 years is only 1,000 years. For most cultivators, that's only the blink of an eye, but for us, it's a race against time. Tianyun spoke with a serious expression. I don't know when the battle between the god emperors will begin, but every little bit of time is a little bit of time. If the battle between the god emperors only begins in 200 years, then we'll be able to cultivate for another 1,000 years. Perhaps when the time comes, our forces still won't be able to match the power of the other major forces, but at least we'll be able to put up a fight against the evil spirit race. Tianyun was making such sacrifices in preparation for the upcoming battle. He couldn't protect the three realms god realm forever, so he had to become more powerful as soon as possible. According to the time limit of the barrier, it could last for about 1,000 years. However, if the battle between the god emperors were to erupt within 100 years, then he couldn't just watch as the forces outside were destroyed while they hid here, right? As long as the forces outside were destroyed, his side wouldn't be far from destruction. He might have the support of the system, but if he didn't have absolute power, then there was no way he could protect the three realms God realm. As such, they would have to rely on themselves for the future. Whether they could survive or not would depend on themselves. He had always hoped that there wouldn't be any large-scale casualties in the three realms God realm, but there were some things that he couldn't control, so he could only minimize the losses. The best thing to do now was to buy as much time as possible for this battle. Realm ruler Heavenly Cloud, we were too naive. The Heavenly Luck Goddess said, awkwardly, our Fecta Divine realm has always been spending too much on resources, and it's almost impossible for us to make up for our lack of resources. It's all right, your idea is also very good, so your plan will definitely be very reasonable. However, this is a critical period, so we can only use this method. Tianyun said in a solemn voice, in my opinion, the true battle will erupt in less than 100 years. The evil spirit race was very active, and it was clear that they were going to erupt in the near future. It was very unlikely that they would be able to survive for another 1,000 years. When that time came, this place would become a safe place, and the rest of the regions would fall into darkness. All right, if that's the case, then we'll help set up a special time formation that can accelerate time by more than 50 times. However, that's going to be quite costly. The two of them turned to Tianyun with smiles. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Then I'll leave it to the two of you. Just set it up in a special region. The more rapid the flow of time, the more costly it would be, so it would undoubtedly be best to set it up in a special region. For example, they would require more contribution points in order to enter seclusion. For those who had performed well and made great contributions, the required contribution points would be lowered to allow them to stay in the sect for a longer period of time. After coming up with a plan, they all set off to set up the formation. Tianyun murmured to himself as he looked at their departing figures, looks like I'll have to make some preparations too. Chapter 1675. After Tianyun arranged everything, he did not choose to stay in the three realms God domain to inspect. He believed that they would definitely be able to do it well, and it would definitely exceed the effect he needed. He had always been at ease with their work, so there was no need to inspect, nor was there a need to stay here to supervise. Moreover, with Shi Shuyan here, she understood his heart and naturally knew what he needed. What he needed to do now was to frantically break through his cultivation as fast as he could. He had to break through to the heavenly god stage before the battle between the god emperors. Not only did he have to break through to the heavenly god stage, he also had to have a large amount of resources to provide for the three realms god domain. The resources needed to set up the time formation on a large scale would definitely be astronomical. Thus, if he stayed in the three realms god domain, no matter how many resources he had, they would be used up. For this reason, he had to come out and search for more resources. Resources were definitely not something that he could dig himself. He did not know how long it would take to gather enough resources, especially since there was not only one type of resource, there were also many materials that he needed. What was the fastest way to get resources? Naturally, it was by robbing. Nothing was faster than snatching. He naturally would not go to the god domain to snatch them, but to eradicate the evil spirit race. Snatching from the hands of the evil spirit race was undoubtedly the best way. Not only could he eliminate the evil spirit race, he could also obtain resources. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. The area that Tianyun was heading to was not the hiding spot of the evil spirit race, but the barrier area. He wanted to take a look at the situation of the barrier. At the same time, there were actually quite a few evil spirit race near the barrier. He could start from here now and even get a coordinate near the barrier so that he could come over at any time in the future. The location of the barrier was naturally at the edge of the 5th grade God domain. Before coming to the 5th grade God domain, most cultivators thought that this world was boundless. In reality, there were boundaries. Whether it was Fan Yu or the God domain, there were boundaries. It was just that Fan Yu's limit was relatively far, so it was very difficult for anyone to fly to the barrier area. After all, Fan Yu's cultivation was relatively low, and there were not many who could fly. Normally, they would not fly there. There was no point in flying to the barrier. There were many powerhouses in the God domain, and they could often fly to the barrier region. The evil spirit race came from this barrier. As for Fan Yu's barrier, there was no evil spirit race that could pass through. As for what was on the other side of the barrier, no one knew. However, they only needed to know one thing: the barrier against a grade 5 God realm. When Tianyun arrived at the grade 5 God domain, he also saw many God domains that had been destroyed. The after effects of the battle between God emperors also existed in the grade 5 God domain. He followed the map that Huan Mingyue had given him and passed through many damaged God territories. Along the way, he occasionally saw experts passing by. However, they only glanced at each other for a moment before leaving. They didn't try to stop him. If someone intercepted him and robbed him, he would not hesitate to rob the other party. Although it was not the evil spirit race, he would not be courteous to those ruthless people. With a fat sheep delivering itself to his doorstep, why would he stand on ceremony? However, none of them stopped him. Everyone seemed to have their own mission, flying around as if they were looking for something. Tianyun glanced at them. Their cultivation was not low. All of them were at the heavenly God level, and the weakest was at the upper heavenly venerable level. In the current chaotic region, without a strong cultivation, one would not dare to come out casually. As a grade 5 God domain, they naturally had more information than a grade 4 God domain. Therefore, they already knew about the situation of the evil spirit race. However, they did not know what actions they would take. However, there was one thing that was quite ironic. Those who had the evil spirit's pearl were all grade 4 God domains. The Fecta God domain was considered a grade 5 God domain. The other two God domains were grade 4 God domains. Compared to grade 5 God domains, their protection was naturally much weaker. It was not that they deliberately chose the weaker God domains to protect. Rather, the cultivation God domain was not weak to begin with. It was a grade 5 God domain. However, as time passed, it gradually declined to the level of a grade 4 God domain. Because Yuelong's God domain was more hidden, choosing a grade 4 God domain was also more low-key. However, Yuelong's God domain was very strong. It was very close to a grade 5 God domain. Grade 5 God domain. Tianyun did not go to visit them. It was not good to visit anyone at this time. Who knew if there would be any traitors in these grade 5 God domains? Moreover, he was not interested. Right now, he just wanted to snatch resources and increase his cultivation. It was that simple. After passing through many God domains, he soon arrived near the barrier area. The barrier area was very empty. There was nothing, not to mention planets. There was not even a small piece of rock. This place seemed rather empty, making him wonder if he had gone the wrong way. However, as he continued forward, he soon knew that he had not gone the wrong way. After flying for a short distance, he immediately saw a huge crystal wall. It was all stacked together, forming a thick wall. Its height was very limited. It was at most a few hundred feet tall, but its width could not be seen. This was the barrier that separated the evil spirit race from the outside. Rather than calling it a barrier, it looked more like a huge patch that filled up the entrance. It was undoubtedly more appropriate to describe it this way. He turned his head to look at both sides, but did not see any evil spirit race, nor did he see any evil spirit race coming out. He quickly flew to the front of the barrier and reached out his hand to gently climb on it. He immediately felt an extremely compressed energy transmitted from his fingers. This gave him a feeling that it was indestructible. Even a peak heavenly god would not be able to damage it at all. Crystal barrier, able to block the attacks of powerhouses. Even a peak heavenly god would not be able to easily destroy it. However, after a long period of damage, it would still be broken through. However, it would be extremely difficult and would take a very long time. The appraisal I listed the corresponding information, letting Eteonian know that this was not absolutely invincible. It could still be destroyed. The principle of this crystal barrier was very simple. It was very hard, and there was not a single weak spot. Even if a single attack was made, the rest of the energy would quickly fill in and repair the damaged area. Therefore, it was not a problem to destroy this barrier, but the prerequisite was that the entire barrier had to be destroyed before they could enter from the other side. Of course, nothing was absolute. If it was really that absolute, there would not be any evil spirit race coming over from that side. The crystal barrier had cracks. After being destroyed for a long time, small cracks would appear from time to time. Chapter 1676. There were still loopholes in such a shocking barrier. However, it was already very good to have such an effect. It was better than coming over easily. Apart from that, the Heaven Creator race would come over to remove the barrier and open a small hole for the evil spirit race to come in. This was the easiest. They didn't need to destroy the barrier or wait for a crack to appear. They could come over easily. This crystal barrier was made by the Heaven Creator race, so it was naturally controlled by them. After touching it for a while, Eteonian was just about to fly to other areas to see how wide the barrier was when two figures suddenly appeared near him. He quickly raised his head and saw that two intermediate heavenly gods had appeared near him. They looked very aggressive. Each of them was wearing sturdy armor and had heavenly god spiritual treasures all over their bodies. They looked like real gods of war. When they saw Eteonian, they were stunned. One of them shouted at him, "Why are you so close to the barrier? Hurry up and leave." From their words, there was no doubt that they were the experts in charge of this area. Most of the grade. 5 divine realms were still abiding by their duties and helping to guard the crystal barrier. If the evil spirit race came out, the grade 5 divine realms would definitely be the first to suffer. If they didn't care, the evil spirit race would wreak havoc here. When that happened, their disciples would definitely suffer when they went out to train. Thus, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to guard this place obediently. Sai, don't be so rash. Little brother, this isn't a safe place. We don't know which organization you're from, but it's not good to wander around here. An intermediate heavenly god reached out to stop his companion, indicating that he should not be so serious. His attitude was undoubtedly much better than the one beside him. The heavenly god beside him couldn't be bothered with Eteonian anymore. He had already been warned, but whether he listened or not was another matter. Seniors, I'm just an itinerant cultivator. I heard that there was a situation here, so I came to take a look. Speaking of which, do the evil spirit race often appear here? Eteonian asked. So what if there is the evil spirit race? Are you going to guard this place? The heavenly god beside him grumbled unhappily. He felt that Eteonian was talking nonsense. Heaven god Shwe, don't be so rash. Calm down. Isn't it just that you've been a little unhappy lately? Is there a need to do this? The god beside him tried to persuade him. God Meng, how can I be happy? I loathe these loose cultivators the moment I see them. And there are even loose cultivators who want to dig through the crystal barrier. They're just idiots. I've never seen anyone so foolish as to want to dig through the crystal barrier. It's a good thing they can't dig it out. If they could, it would be serious. I don't know what's in their heads. Don't they know the consequences if the crystal barrier is broken? Xue Tian was very dissatisfied with Xue Tian's nagging. He vented all the things he had encountered before, which made even Yi Tianyan feel that he couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't tolerate heavenly god Xue, but he couldn't tolerate those vagrant cultivators who had come to dig up the crystal barrier. Although he was a rogue cultivator, he still knew a lot of information, especially about the crystal barrier. How could he not know about the evil spirit race? That was obviously impossible. He must have felt that the crystal barrier was very valuable and wanted to take it away. Or he might have felt that there was an extremely high amount of energy inside the crystal barrier and wanted to dig it back to cultivate. Fortunately, the crystal barrier couldn't be dug away. Otherwise, it would really be completely dug out. Such selfish cultivators were not in the minority. In fact, there were quite a lot of them. Senior, I wouldn't do such a thing. I'm just here to take a look. If I see any evil spirit race, I'll eliminate them. Yi Tianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder heavenly god Xue was so arrogant. How could he not be arrogant after seeing that he was a vagrant cultivator? Yi Tianyan didn't have any insignia on him, but the two of them had corresponding insignia. It was a long sword, indicating that they were heavenly gods of the Jianfeng divine realm. Yi Tianyan had a very good impression of the Jianfeng divine realm. After all, the Jianfeng divine realm was on the blacklist. This immediately made him have a good impression of the Jianfeng divine realm. To be on the blacklist of the evil spirit race, they must have done many things to exterminate the evil spirit race. They were naturally on the same side as him. Heavenly god Xue, see? I told you not to be so arrogant. Not all vagrant cultivators are like this. Heavenly god Mang looked on with gratification. Yi Tianyan, there was finally a reasonable vagrant cultivator. Humph, who can say for sure? Heavenly god Xue's tone softened a little. All right, you've always been so stubborn, Heavenly god Mang said to Yi Tianyan with a smile. No matter what you think, this place is still quite dangerous. The evil spirit race doesn't appear as crazily as before. However, there will still be evil spirit race here, and they're the stronger ones. It's quite dangerous for you to appear here with your cultivation. I understand. I'm just taking a look, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. If I'm discovered and I can't beat them, I still know how to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape so easily? Any random, heavenly god, evil spirit, would be enough to kill you. Heavenly god, Xue retorted. Yi Tianyan was only an early stage, upper heavenly venerable on the surface, so people would naturally think that he was weak. All right, that's enough. Heavenly god Mang was a rather calm person, and he gestured for his companion to not be so impulsive. At the same time, he said to Yi Tianyan with a smile, "Little brother, don't mind us. How about this? We're here to patrol. If you're interested, do you want to patrol with us?" Heavenly god Mang, you want him to patrol with us? Heavenly god Xue asked in confusion. Is there a problem? This little brother also wants to take responsibility, the responsibility to protect this place. Are you saying that I'm not allowed to? Heavenly god Mang said with a smile. Did you forget what the Sword Edge region Lord said? We can only defeat the evil spirit race if we work together. Sword Edge region Lord. Heavenly god Xue fell silent for a moment before turning to Yi Tianyan and said, "Don't be too slow. We're in charge of a large area. If you encounter a powerful evil spirit race, just hide to the side. Understand?" Heavenly god Xue's mouth was a little poisonous, but he was a good person. I understand. Etianyan smiled and didn't mind. Anyone would be furious. Heavenly God Shui had seen many wandering cultivators come to dig the crystal barrier. So how could he be nice to wandering cultivators? Heavenly God Meng's attitude was good, and he felt that he was quite amiable. As expected, different cultivators had different attitudes. Chapter 1677. Etianyan followed them out on patrol. They didn't see any evil spirit tribe members along the way, so they chatted happily. Initially, God Shui was a little biased against Etianyan, but he became more enthusiastic after the discussion. Kid, I really admire your way of thinking. It would be great if all the wandering cultivators could think like you. But I've seen so many wandering cultivators trying to steal this crystal barrier. It's too selfish of them to dig this crystal barrier and bring it back to cultivate. God Shui cursed. The news of the crystal barrier has already spread far and wide. Many people in the 5th grade and even the 4th grade regions know about it. Even the 4th grade regions would have heard about it if they could come here, but they still chose to do so. That's really too unreasonable. Fortunately, the crystal barrier isn't something that can be dug out just because you want to. Oh, right. I also remember that there was a wandering cultivator who was meditating here and wanted to directly absorb the crystal barrier. Just looking at him pisses me off. After I taught him a good lesson, I threw him to a certain planet. Heavenly God, Shui's mouth, continued to chatter like a chatterbox. He didn't have so many prejudices after getting to know each other. Isn't that for sure? If this world is invaded by the evil spirit tribe, then everything will be over. The evil spirit tribe is extremely cruel. Anyone who isn't one of their clansmen will be listed as targets to be devoured. Etianyan joined in the conversation. Of course, they don't know the situation of the evil spirit tribe. Relying on the evil spirit tribe is simply courting death. Who would believe the evil spirit tribe's bullsh? *T. But there are really a lot of idiots who believe the evil spirit tribe's bullsh? *T. God Shui shook his head helplessly. Wait, there's movement up ahead. God Meng was just about to join in the conversation when he suddenly stopped and signaled for them to be quiet. Etianyan focused his gaze and looked ahead. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a small crack on the crystal barrier. It looked extremely strange. It's a crack, and it's a new crack, God Meng said with a serious expression. Prepare for battle and request reinforcements. Not only did Heaven God Meng's expression turn serious, but even Heaven God Shui's expression turned serious. At the same time, he quickly took out a communication jade pendant and crushed it without hesitation. The two of them were intermediate heavenly gods, yet they immediately chose to crush the moment they saw a crack. Without a doubt, this was an extremely big situation. It was possible that there were other powerful evil spirit races in the surroundings. How could his companions not be there to receive him? Little brother, hurry up and fly back. The further, the better. Heaven God Shui gestured for him to leave quickly and not stay here any longer. I also want to stay here and fight. Etianyan's expression was calm. This was exactly the kind of battle he needed, and he just happened to run into it. At the same time, he could also see how they got out. Kid, be rational. Soon, their companions will sense this aura and come over. If you don't escape now, it'll be too late. Their cultivations are all above the heavenly god level. Heavenly God Shui grabbed his shoulder and said, "It's not easy to find a reasonable wandering cultivator. Once the battle is over, we'll drag you out for a drink. So you can't die." Heavenly God Shui's cultivation was a level higher than his, but they didn't put on airs. They felt like old friends at first sight with Etianyan and wanted to befriend him. The main reason was that wandering cultivators were all idiots recently, which made him very unhappy. Yi Tianyun's way of thinking was to his liking, so he would naturally treat him well. "All right then." Yi Tianyun pondered for a moment, then nodded at them and turned to leave. The two of them looked at each other and didn't rush over immediately. Instead, they hid at the side. There were cracks on the crystal barrier, but they weren't the Heaven Creator race and couldn't repair the barrier. Thus, they could only hide at the side and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Then, they would rush over together and get rid of all these trash. This was their mission. Not only was it to patrol, but it was also to immediately inform their companions when there was a situation and deal with it together. If there were only a few evil spirit races, they wouldn't have called for their companions, but it was different when there was a crack. Then they quietly hid at the side and gradually disappeared into the corner. As for Yi Tianyun, he didn't leave. Instead, he entered the void and used the 5 dragon divine boots to infiltrate more thoroughly. His concealment ability was even better than Heavenly God Shui and the others. In terms of concealment power, there was no power that could compare to the power of the void. Hiding in another world was much better than blending in with the surrounding world. He didn't rush over. Instead, he hid at the side and stared at the crack. As time passed, the crack gradually expanded. Then, thick black energy surged in from the other side, as if forming a bridge for the evil spirit race to cross over. However, the crystal barrier started to flicker continuously, and the original crack started to repair bit by bit. However, the black energy on the other side was even more astonishing. It furiously widened the crack, and for a moment, it was in a deadlock. It was extremely difficult to repair this side, but the other side couldn't come over either. After a while, pitch-black figures appeared from the void. They were all evil spirit race gods, and even the weakest of them was a lesser heavenly god. They were dressed completely differently. Compared to ordinary evil spirit race gods, they were dressed in pitch-black clothes. They looked like some kind of guard, or rather, they looked like some kind of mysterious force. When they appeared, the surroundings were filled with killing intent. Black energy quickly emitted from their bodies. Following that, they all awakened one after another, erupting with their strongest power. This energy all fused together and transformed into an extremely sharp black spear, heavily piercing through the crack. Then, he quickly pried it to the side, wanting to pry open the crack a little bit. Under normal circumstances, the crystal barrier would be able to sweep in the surrounding energy and fill in the gap. But it was different now. There were many cracks, and they were originally empty, so it was relatively slow to heal. This gave the evil spirit race a chance to take advantage of. What a powerful force! No wonder they said that they were requesting for reinforcements. When Yi Tianyun saw this scene, he felt the pressure increase. There were 15 heavenly gods in this group. After they joined forces, their strength increased by several levels. How could the two of them deal with them? They would directly become cannon fodder. Under the situation of working together from the inside and outside, the cracks started to be pried open bit by bit, and more black energy started to surge out from inside. From the looks of it, the evil spirit race was about to enter. Chapter 1678. Heaven God Shui and the others stared at the crack. Yi Tianyun also stared at it from the side. They were very nervous, but they didn't dare to move at all. Heaven God Shui and the others wanted to stab them in the back so that they could break their formation. But if they did that, they would definitely be discovered, and they would be completely wiped out before reinforcements arrived. 15 heavenly gods against 2 heavenly gods. One didn't even need to think to know what the result would be. At the same time, these 15 Empyrean spirits all had high cultivation bases. Even though they were lesser Empyrean gods, they were still a level stronger than ordinary Empyrean spirits. Yi Tianyun felt a strange energy from their bodies. It was as if they had been imbued with a power similar to that of evil spirits, which greatly strengthened them. Therefore, ordinary lower heavenly gods would lose for sure if they faced them. Unless they had some kind of treasure, they might be able to win this battle. If they didn't have any advantage, they would definitely be beaten up by the other party. There was a reason why heaven god Shwe and the others didn't dare to act recklessly. They must have felt the power of these heavenly gods, which was why they didn't dare to act recklessly. As this group of heavenly gods pried open the crack, a small opening appeared in the crack. Compared to before, it was only a little bit wider, and it could be described as a hair's width. It was really too small. Judging from the naked eye, there was basically no change in appearance. However, just by opening such a small opening, a gust of black chi gushed out from within, and it was much faster than before. Soon, after waves of black energy surged in, it quickly condensed and formed a complete evil spirit race. The evil spirit race that appeared was not the same. It should be said that it was similar to this special batch of evil spirits in front of them. They were slightly different from ordinary evil spirits. This was like the difference between ordinary mortals and cultivators. All of them had different temperaments and bloodlines. This meant that those that came in were all evil spirits with rich bloodlines. However, their cultivation levels weren't high, only at the Earth Lord level. Perhaps too high a level couldn't pass through this crack at all. The difficulty was too high. Hurry up and help. Heaven god Shwe and the others were extremely anxious. They didn't want to watch the evil spirit race run away. That meant that many more evil spirits were coming. However, as the evil spirit race came in one after another, their reinforcements still did not arrive. When an evil spirit race came in, his body was not black, but purple. When Tianyan saw the purple body of the evil spirit race, he was immediately startled. He could feel that the purple body of the evil spirit race possessed a very strong mental power. Sure enough, as soon as the purple evil spirit race appeared, it turned its head and stared in the direction of heavenly god Shwe and the others. Then he pointed to the side and said in a deep voice, "There are enemies hiding there." This purple evil spirit race's cultivation was not high. It was only at the level of the Lord of Heaven. It was slightly higher than the previous one. However, even though he only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, he could easily see through the concealment of a heavenly god. This kind of ability caused even Tianyan to be greatly shocked. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to do this, but this purple evil spirit race was able to do it to this extent, easily seeing through it. After pointing it out, the group of evil spirit race turned their heads and looked over, their eyes bursting with shocking killing intent. Almost without any hesitation, 8 of the evil spirit race quickly separated, while the remaining 7 continued to maintain the spear. However, its power was much weaker, but it seemed like it could still be maintained. The 8 evil spirit races' actions were completely in unison, and they all rushed towards heavenly god Shwe. Heavenly god Shwe's was exposed, but Tianyan's was not. The direction they were hiding in was completely different. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? It can actually see through our hiding spot. Heavenly god Shwe and the others cursed angrily, then turned around and fled. They did not plan to fight with these 8 evil spirit race. As they fled, their hidden figures were immediately exposed. The 2 of them quickly flew towards their own divine domain. This way, they should be able to meet up with their teammates very quickly. At that time, if they joined forces with their opponents, they would be able to intercept and kill these evil spirit race. However, reality is always cruel. These 8 evil spirit races were like twins, and they quickly joined forces to form a huge evil spirit. With all their might, they stepped on the void and closed the distance between them at an astonishing speed. In just a short while, Heavenly God Shwe and the others were caught up by a large margin. They were only a short distance away from being caught up. Too abnormal. This group of people is really abnormal. No wonder they said that we absolutely can't fight them. This time, we're doomed. We can only fight them head on. Yes, we can only fight them head on. This time, it was Mang Tian's turn to have very few people left. Neither of them revealed despair in their eyes. Instead, they had raging fighting spirit. Since they were going to die anyway, why not fight to the death? Perhaps they could drag a few of them down with them. Immediately, the two of them quickly turned around and immediately summoned their own treasures. However, they only had one lower heavenly god spirit treasure, and the rest were all heavenly venerate spirit treasures. After summoning them, they roared loudly and pounced towards the evil spirits, preparing to fight them head-on. Boom! 2 against 8. The huge evil spirits waved their fists and smashed down heavily, sending the two flying and injuring them. It was clear who was superior. When they joined forces, their strength was too strong. They were even stronger than those alliance grand formations. Perhaps this was the real joint formation, as if they were truly one. So strong. The two of them coughed a few times and even coughed up blood. However, they quickly adjusted their state and prepared to fight again. Troublemakers, die! The evil spirits that had transformed into evil spirits roared in a hoarse voice. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of them again and fiercely waved a few times, exchanging blows with them again. Boom, boom. This time, the evil spirits were sent flying slightly, but Heavenly God Shwe and Heavenly God Meng's situation was exaggerated. Half of their bodies were blasted away, but they quickly recovered. However, it would still take some time for them to fully recover. However, they didn't have that much time to prepare. In the next instant, the evil spirits that had transformed into evil spirits charged over and aimed their fists at Heavenly God Shwe. As long as they were hit, they would definitely be smashed into a bloody mist. It's over. Heavenly God Shwe smiled bitterly. He couldn't even hold his weapon firmly, so how could he block, let alone escape? At this moment, an afterimage pierced through the back of the evil spirits. Accompanied by a flash of silver light, the huge body of the evil spirits was split into several pieces. The evil spirits that had united inside were all repelled, and 2 of them were directly killed. Such a joint formation was instantly broken. Heavenly God Shwe, didn't you say you would invite me for a drink? You can't go back on your word. Chapter 1679. Yi Tianyun's appearance stunned them. How could an upper-level heavenly venerable be so powerful? That was a joint formation. Unless one was an upper-level heavenly god, it would be very difficult to deal with it. However, Yi Tianyun had broken it and killed 2 heavenly gods. Although their cultivation levels were relatively low, they were still celestial gods. After all, Yi Tianyun was only an upper-level heavenly venerable, yet he was able to kill heavenly gods. It was truly unbelievable. It's you. Heavenly God Shwe was still very shocked after he came back to his senses. Even Heavenly God Meng was shocked. The person who had been patrolling with them before had such astonishing strength, and even saved Heavenly God Shwe. Don't be me. Let's take advantage of the fact that their formation is broken and quickly exterminate them. As soon as he said that, Yi Tianyun quickly put on the voodoo with divine set and immediately buffed them with super strong healing power. With this super strong healing power, their recovery speed was astonishing, and they returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries that had yet to recover, this was not a big problem. The 2 of them didn't say anything else and immediately charged over. Since the evil spirit race was scattered, it was undoubtedly easier to fight, especially when dealing with those with lower cultivation levels. It would be much easier to deal with them. Eteonion also targeted the evil spirit race with lower cultivation levels and cleaned up the weakest ones first to prevent them from joining forces again and transforming into the evil spirits. He took so long to come out because he wanted to find the weak point of the formation and destroy it in one fell swoop. After finding it, he quickly pierced through it to destroy it in one fell swoop. Now that they were scattered, he began to harvest crazily. He didn't hold back at all. He used his crazy damage mode and his heavenly venerable spirit treasure set. Facing a lower-level heavenly god, it could simply be described as a harvest. Shui Tianxian and the others were shocked when they saw what was going on. This could simply be described as crazy. He was even crazier than them. Such terrifying power was crazily harvesting all the way, and every move was fatal. Heaven God Shui and the others didn't fall behind either. They followed suit and slaughtered their enemies, causing them to be utterly defeated. The evil spirit race, who was continuing to pry open the cracks in the distance, saw that they might not be able to persevere any longer. Without any hesitation, they stopped prying open the cracks and turned to attack. If this went on, their companions would all die. What was the point of prying open this crack? They were completely unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. At this time, the number of evil spirit race coming through the crack rapidly decreased. Previously, they could still come one by one, but without the help of this side, they immediately slowed down, and the speed at which the cracks healed increased. However, the evil spirit race that had crawled over quickly escaped with the other evil spirit races. They did not dare to stay here any longer. With such a low cultivation base, even an Empyrean would be crushed. Hence, it was better to escape first. You want to escape? Etinion's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to chase after the evil spirit race, a group of experts suddenly surged over from the side. From their clothes, he could immediately tell that they were reinforcements from the Jianfeng god territory. They came with a large group of heavenly god powerhouses, at least more than 10 heavenly gods. Without a doubt, they all knew how many experts they would need to send to suppress the crack. It's reinforcements. Shui Tianxian and the others were overjoyed. This way, they would be able to catch all of the evil spirit race in one fell swoop. That's right, we've finally held on until they arrive. Mang Tianxian brandished his weapon, his morale soaring. This time, it was their turn to suppress the other party and not be in a passive state. Let's go. When the evil spirit race saw the reinforcements, they chose to retreat without hesitation. Originally, they wanted to kill Shui Tianxian and the other cultivators and then continue to pry open the crack. Now, it seemed that it was impossible, so they could only retreat. You still want to leave? It won't be that easy. Shui Tianxian and the others roared and chased after them. Their companions who came to support also surrounded them, wanting to stop them. The many evil spirit race gathered again, forming a huge evil spirits, and fled forward. At the same time, they also brought the other new evil spirit race and fled forward. Especially the purple evil spirit race. They were listed as targets of protection. This purple evil spirit race must be in an important position. Otherwise, they would not have been so protected. However, it was not easy for them to escape. Otherwise, all the reinforcements would have come for nothing. The reinforcements that came all surrounded them, and each of them exploded with their strongest power, bombarding them. The evil spirit race could only passively defend. The key for them now was to escape, not stay and fight. They had already achieved their goal, so it was time to escape. Tianyan also chased after them, killing the fish that escaped the net. With so many fat sheep, he definitely would not miss it. Even if he did not kill them, he would strengthen them with healing power so that he could obtain experience. His actions surprised the other powerhouses of the Jianfeng divine realm. They did not know where a heavenly venerable came from, and he had such a strange ability. Most importantly, his power was not weaker than theirs, which was even more strange. After Shui Tianxian, and the others reminded them in advance that they were on the same side, they did not explain too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as they were on the same side. The rest could be discussed after the end, as they chased after them. The evil spirit race's consumption gradually increased, but the army that had turned into evil spirits was still a little unbreakable. Unless Yi Tianyan targeted their weakness again, it would be really difficult to stay. But this evil spirits was too fast, so fast that he could not catch up. How could the formation formed by so many heavenly gods easily catch up? Looks like I can only give it my all. I must make that purple evil spirit race stay. Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He could see that the purple evil spirit race was very important. If he did not make it stay, it would definitely be a disaster. Then Yi Tianyan said in his heart, "Level up." Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the middle stage, upper heavenly venerable. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the late stage, upper heavenly venerable. After leveling up twice in a row, his speed increased crazily. The 5 dragon divine boots under his feet emitted a dazzling golden light, as if he was really stepping on a giant dragon roaring forward. The power of the dragon and phoenix divine meridians bloomed behind him, and his speed increased by several levels, surpassing the heavenly gods next to him, and he chased after the evil spirits. But his speed was still a little slower, or barely at the same level. This speed is too abnormal, isn't it? If I run with all my strength, can I still have this kind of effect? Yi Tianyan cursed in his heart. He had leveled up twice in a row, but he still could not catch up. Chapter 1680. Upgrade my bloodline. Successfully upgraded Dragon Phoenix Divine Vein. Successfully upgraded Kuan Peng bloodline. After deducting a lot of crazy point, the 2 bloodlines with amazing speed improved a lot. Originally, they were still behind the speed of the United Evil Spirits, but in the blink of an eye, they caught up and far surpassed the speed of the United Evil Spirits. Such a terrifying speed made the heavenly gods chasing after them speechless. Obviously, Yi Tianyan has the cultivation of Heavenly Master, but not only did he leave them far behind, he even caught up with the United Evil Spirits. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyan was already at the back of the United Evil God with the 5 dragon divine spear, and once again, he hit the weak spot of the United Evil God. Boom! With a flash of silver light, the United Evil Spirits were pierced again, and this time several heavenly gods were killed. The main reason is that the evil spirits were scattered. After being scattered, they don't have that much power, and naturally their speed can't go up. After scattering them, Yi Tianyan didn't stop attacking, and instantly aimed at the purple evil spirit. The purple evil spirit was protected by a powerful evil spirit heavenly god, but Yi Tianyan didn't hesitate to attack it. After the upgrade, his combat power has increased a lot, and he crazily threw the spear. 5 dragon roar. 5 dragons roared out, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the purple evil spirit, and with a single strike, even the evil spirit heavenly god was blasted into pieces. Successfully killed purple evil spirit, obtained 50 compressed EXP, 50 compressed crazy point, 50 compressed sin point. At the same time, obtained purple spirit bloodline, rare, purple spirit blood, purple spirit bone, purple spirit soul. The EXP is not much. Originally, the level of the Lord of Heaven is relatively low, so the EXP is not that much, but a lot of different materials dropped. It is no longer the simple evil spirit bloodline power. but changed to the Purple Spirit series. This means that the evil spirit race has a very different bloodline power. Tianyun can't check the situation for the time being. He can only see after the battle is over. You killed Violet's spirit. Empyrean god Vile's spirit's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the other Empyrean gods were all staring at Tianyun with murderous intent in their eyes. It was as if they wanted to kill the heretical emperor. That's right, the purple spirit who killed you. Not only did they kill your purple spirit, they even killed your evil emperor. Tianyun snorted coldly, immediately feeling that the purple spirit was very important to them. As for what it was used for, he wasn't too sure. He had to go back and ask Juan Mingyue about this to know what was going on. Kill him, kill him. All of the heavenly spirit gods pounced toward Tianyun as if they had gone insane. They no longer chose to run away. Instead, all of them charged toward Tianyun. He wouldn't kill anyone but Tianyun. However, the Jianfeng Divine Domain's experts had already rushed over to support them and were fighting fiercely with them. Although it was still not easy to deal with the evil spirit race without the alliance formation, it was at least much easier than before. With their support, Tianyun didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, he was able to easily kill the evil spirit race. In particular, he was constantly buffing the cultivators around him with healing powers. Experience points were constantly pouring in, and he was extremely profitable. These were all heavenly gods, so the experience points he obtained were absolutely explosive. If this continued, it wouldn't be difficult at all for him to break through to the heavenly god level. Very quickly, this group of evil spirit race were all eliminated, and not a single one was left. Many of them were injured, and some were on the verge of death, but they were still rescued. Overall, it was a 0 casualty rate. They were all stunned when they calculated this result. To put it bluntly, this was the first time in their history that they had 0 casualties. In the past, they had suffered heavy losses. Even if they won this battle, a few of their people would die, or they wouldn't be able to keep them. Now that they had eliminated this group of evil spirit race beings, it was unbelievable that they still had 0 casualties. This was mainly because Tianyun had broken the other party's formation, coupled with his terrifying speed and astonishing healing power. It made it extremely easy for them to fight. It's over. It's finally over. For the first time in history, we have won a complete victory. All of the gods were extremely excited, and they could see the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Then, they turned to look at Tianyun. Everything was because of Tianyun's help, which was why there was such an effect. If it wasn't for Tianyun's help, they would have definitely suffered heavy losses, and wouldn't have been able to keep all of the evil spirit race here. This time, losing a group of special evil spirit race S would definitely cause the evil emperor to feel so much pain that he wanted to die. The Jianfeng Divine Domain would once again be placed on an even higher ranking blacklist. Where did this little brother come from? He's really too strong. I wonder where his master came from. A god flew over and asked. The other gods all flew over and surrounded Tianyun in a circle, all of them extremely grateful. He's a lone cultivator. God Shui pushed his companion away and looked at Tianyun with a smile. Little brother, why don't you stop being a lone cultivator? With your ability, you can join our Jianfeng Divine Domain without any pressure. Moreover, I guarantee that you will be able to become a deacon, and it won't be a problem for you to become an elder in the future. God Shui, you had a lot of opinions about Brother Tianyun before, and you even said that lone cultivators are insensible. God Mang revealed God Shui's past with a smile. God Shui's face turned red, and he glared at God Mang. How would I know that a bunch of lone cultivators are like this? How can they be happy? After I found out, my opinion of Brother Tianyan changed greatly. Then he turned to look at Tianyan and smiled. How about it? Do you want to join our divine domain? The other gods trembled. They didn't expect Tianyan to be a lone cultivator. This was beyond their expectations. If they could rope him in, it would be like a god helping them when they fought in the future. Tianyan scratched his head embarrassedly. Actually, I'm not a lone cultivator, but from my actions, I seem like one. You're not a lone cultivator, Brother Tianyan. Then which force do you belong to? God Shui. And the others didn't say anything about Tianyan lying to them. Sometimes it was normal to hide one's identity when they were outside. Have you heard of the Three Realms divine domain? Tianyan didn't hesitate to throw out his divine domain. It's time to make friends with him. They were both blacklisted, so who else could he make friends with but the Jianfeng divine domain? What? The Three Realms divine domain that is blessed by the heavens? Where are you from? They stared at him and immediately knew which divine domain he was from. Tianyan scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. It seems like my divine domain is quite famous. Chapter 1681. It seemed like the fame of the Three Realms divine realm had spread all the way here. This surprised him a little, but it was reasonable. After all, no god realm cultivator could enjoy such special treatment after ascending from the outer god realms. After receiving the blessings of the heavens, he gained an incomparably tyrannical protective barrier that was comparable to this crystal barrier. This meant that he was practically an invincible existence, and he didn't have to worry about being besieged by the surrounding forces, which made him relatively safe. This made many god realms quite envious. If they could have such a shield, they wouldn't have to worry about stirring up trouble everywhere. If he provoked other forces, they would just hide at home and not dare to come and find trouble with him. However, this exception was only limited to the Three Realms god realm. The other god realms didn't have such treatment. As such, the Three Realms divine domain was quite famous, and its name could be said to have shaken the entire Three Realms divine domain. In addition, in the battle just now, even the evil emperor had been flattened and all of his subordinates had been killed. This caused them to feel incredibly shocked. What kind of concept was the evil emperor, the leader of the evil spirit race, had suffered at the hands of the Three Realms divine realm? It was simply unimaginable that this was a new divine realm. Oftentimes, newly ascended divine realms would need to go through many years of grinding together before they could develop. Unless one had a powerful backer, they would basically be conquered. This had always been the iron rule. However, the divine realm of the Three Realms had broken this iron law. Their overall strength was not strong, but they were blessed by the heavens, obtaining an incomparably tyrannical barrier that no one could break. This caused the divine realm of the Three Realms to become very famous. However, this kind of fame was not a good one. It could only be said that it was the darling of luck. Without strength, they could only be protected. This kind of reputation would only make the Three Realms god realm seem extremely weak. If he was incomparably powerful, why would he need the protection of a barrier? This was especially so since they had never heard of any powerhouses appearing in the Three Realms divine realm, making a name for themselves in the outside world. This further proved that the Three Realms divine realm was extremely weak. Otherwise, why wouldn't there be any experts going out to roam the world? However, there was one event that caused all the god realms to change their view of the Three Realms god realm, and that was the battle of the evil emperor. Not only did the evil emperor fail to gain any benefits, but he also lost a large number of heavenly gods. No one knew what was going on with such terrifying strength. No one knew how the divine realm of the Three Realms did it. But no matter what, they knew very well that the strength of the Three Realms God Realm was not as simple as the rumors made it out to be. The Three Realms God Realm was incomparably tyrannical, capable of crushing ordinary Grade 4 God Realm existences, and on the verge of reaching Grade 5 God Realm. This was just their imagination. Only the insiders knew that everything was fake. If it weren't for the power of those three cannons, it would have been impossible to achieve such an effect. Of course, it's very famous. The battle with the evil emperor shocked the entire divine realm. Heavenly God, Shui said with relish. When we first found out about it, we felt very happy. He managed to make evil emperor suffer a setback, so there was no way he would not feel good about it. We want to destroy them, but there's nothing we can do. It's still very satisfying to see a force make them suffer. Our Sword Edge region master wishes to meet the region master of the Three Realms God Realm. You should know the ruler of the Three Realms Celestial Realm, right? With your strength, no matter how you look at it, you can be ranked at the top of the Three Realms God Realm. They didn't think that Tianyun was a region master. In their opinion, a region master should be at a higher level, at least above the heavenly God level. Well, I am the region master of the Three Realms God Realm. Tianyun smiled calmly. He didn't say that he wasn't a region master. There was nothing to hide about it. It just so happened that he could meet the region master of the Three Realms God Realm. You are the region master of the Three Realms God Realm? Heavenly God Shui, and the others were stunned as they looked at Tianyun. Are you surprised? Are you thinking that I am above the heavenly God level? Tianyun exposed their thoughts, making them feel embarrassed. His cultivation was indeed a little low, but his overall strength was astonishing. A little, but Brother Tianyun. No, Tianyun Region Master, you are very strong. Even I can't compare to you. Heavenly God Shui immediately changed the way he addressed Tianyun, not daring to call him Brother Tianyun. After all, Tianyun led the Three Realms God Realm to defeat the evil emperor. This kind of strength made them feel deep veneration. Only with strength could one win the respect of others. That's fine. Anyway, what else do we need to do now? Tianyun looked around and said, for example, clean up the mess and report back. Yes. I almost forgot that there was such a thing. They finally realized that they had finally won the battle, so they had to report back immediately. As for the crack, it had already been repaired. If it weren't for the cooperation between the two sides, it would have been repaired soon. As for when the crack would appear again, no one knew. Heavenly Cloud Territory, Lord, it was all thanks to you that we were able to win this time. Would you like to come to our God Realm as a guest? Our region master of the Sword Edge region has been wanting to meet you for a long time. Mang Sky God invited. It would be my honor to meet the region master of the Sword Edge region. Please lead the way. Tianyun smiled. He had gained a lot from this trip. He could check on the situation here and make friends with the Sword Edge region. Then they went to the Sword Edge region together. It was quite a distance away from here, separated by several god realms. No wonder the reinforcements were so slow. The distance was a little far, and the god realms were damaged on the way, so they had to take a detour. They could arrive at this speed, so theoretically speaking, it was quite fast. After coming to the Sword Edge region, Tianyun saw another god realm that lived up to its name. The formation formed a long sword, and it seemed like it could strike at any time. The surroundings were also emitting sharp sword auras. If one didn't enter through the entrance, he would have been torn into pieces. Such domineering power made Tianyun realize the power of a 5th grade god realm. However, the Fecta god realm had its own unique characteristics. Each god realm had its own unique characteristics. Under the lead of Heavenly God Shui and the others, they entered without any obstructions. As soon as they entered, a pair of heavenly gods reported their achievements, and the guards exclaimed in surprise. Then they turned to look at Tianyan in shock. It seemed that this victory had brought them a lot of excitement. Tianyan just smiled and didn't say anything. Under the lead of Mang's Sky God and the others, they arrived at the Sword Edge Region Master's Divine Palace. Rather than calling it a divine palace, it was more like a spacious area with only a small house in the corner. At this moment, they saw a handsome man wielding a sharp sword, waving it in the spacious area. Every swing of his sword could split the ground in front of him in half. However, the ground quickly healed, and it was no different from before. Chapter 1682. Tianyan carefully looked at the Jianfeng Domain Lord in the distance. The Jianfeng Domain Lord's whole body was like a sword. It was as if no matter which part of his body, he could create a terrifying sword aura. The Sword Edge Region Master's cultivation was very strong. He had reached the upper celestial god realm. No wonder he was blacklisted. Just this incomparably domineering strength was enough to make the evil spirit race suffer. It was unknown how many evil spirit races had been chopped into several pieces by him within his sword beams. Then I will go and talk to the region master now. When Mang Tianshan and the others wanted to go down and talk to the region master, Tianyan reached out and stopped them. No need. Let's wait for Jianfeng Domain Lord to finish his cultivation. It would be rude to disturb Jianfeng Domain Lord's cultivation. I will wait here. Tianyan didn't rush to leave. He planned to stay here and watch Jianfeng Domain Lord cultivate. He didn't want to disturb the region master's cultivation. Although it was just a simple practice, it was also a kind of cultivation. He might be able to learn something from the practice. Tianyan's words made them respect him. They didn't expect him to be willing to wait. Some region masters didn't have much patience. They all wanted to come down and talk instead of waiting. Thank you, Region Master Tianyan. They didn't want to disturb the Region Master either. Although it was okay to go down, it was best to go down after the practice. The Region Master was really one with the sword. He didn't know that there were people outside. He just kept practicing. Every move he made was so perfect. It was the effect of playing with the sword to the extreme. Tianyan enjoyed watching it. He had to admit that the region master's mastery of sword skills had reached the peak. It wasn't a powerful sword skill. It was just a very ordinary sword skill. But in his hands, it was perfect. No one knew why he practiced such a sword skill, but it looked so perfect. Why would the region master practice such an ordinary sword skill? Tianyan asked. We don't know either. All this while Domain Lord Sword Sharpness would train once in a while, God Mang explained from the side. Every once in a while. Tianyan looked at the Sword Edge Domain Master. He guessed that this sword technique had some sort of meaning to him. That's right, we did ask, but the Sword Edge region Master told us that it was for commemoration. Mang Tian God stared at the Sword Edge Domain Master, who was still training his sword, and said respectfully, We don't dare to ask any more questions. We don't know what commemoration it is. There were some things that they did not dare to ask. This was a private matter concerning the Sword Edge Region Master, so there was no need to ask. So that's how it is. Tianyan's eyes shone with a strange light as he watched him brandish his sword. He seemed to have read something in this sword technique, but it was just a little. The Sword Edge Region Master didn't spend too much time practicing this set of sword skills. He stopped after a short while. After stopping, the Sword Edge Region Master saw Tianyan and the others standing outside and turned his head to look at them. It seemed like he only noticed them now, but the main reason was that they weren't within his attack range, so the Sword Edge Region Master didn't notice them. Once they entered his sensing range, he would immediately know of their existence. "Oh, looks like we have an esteemed guest." The Sword Edge Region Master walked over with a smile. "Looks like you are the Region Master of the Three Realms God Realm. I didn't expect you to be so young. You look so young. Your aura is hidden, but I can vaguely feel a special power rising to the sky. This might be your aura." It wasn't surprising that the Sword Edge Region Master knew his identity. When Etianyan arrived, he had already sent a message to inform the Region Master of the situation. Even if Etianyan didn't come, the news would have been sent back immediately. The first to know was the Sword Edge Region Master, and he was in a good mood. "My aura?" Etianyan looked behind him, but he couldn't see anything. Either the Sword Edge Region Master was playing tricks on him, or he really did see something. However, he still believed that it was the latter. The Sword Edge Region Master wouldn't be fooling people. Some experts could indeed see different things. Even the appraisal, I might not be able to see everything. For example, he couldn't see his opponent's soul. There were also many things that the appraisal I couldn't see. Maybe leveling it up would have some effect. That's right, it's your aura. Everyone's aura is different. For example, God Mang's aura is God Mang. Your aura is a bit blurry. I can't see it clearly. To be honest, you're the second one I can't see through. The Region Master shook his head. The second one? Then who's the first one? Etianyan asked curiously. It's the evil emperor. The Region Master's sword-like eyes revealed traces of coldness. So it's the evil emperor. Etianyan was about to say that he couldn't see through it, but it was the heaven-defying evil emperor. The Region Master could only see through his natural elemental ability. Etianyan had mixed so many bloodlines. How could he see through it? The evil emperor had devoured many bloodlines, plus he had a heaven-defying ability, so it was normal that he couldn't see through it. Let's not talk about this. Welcome to my place, Region Master. I've been wanting to see you for a long time, but I haven't had the time since I've been too busy. Come over here. It's not good to keep standing here. Let's have a cup of tea. The Region Master waved his hand and signaled him to go to his residence. The other heavenly gods didn't follow him. They all chose to leave. Etianyan followed them, and when he arrived at the Sword Edge Region Master's residence, he was shocked. It wasn't because the residence was luxurious, but because the walls were full of long swords, and each sword was of a different grade, from very low to very low. However, each sword was full of blood, and no one knew how much blood it had been stained with. These swords, are they all the Sword Edge Region Masters? Etianyan looked at the swords, and the grades were from low to high, with the highest being Heavenly Venerable Spirit Treasure. Yes, they are all the weapons I've been using since I first started cultivating. However, these old guys can't go to the battlefield, so they can only retreat here. The Region Master looked at the long swords, and his eyes showed a gentle look. It was as if these swords were not his weapons, but his family. Immediately, the Region Master took out a wine cup, poured wine for Etianyan, and also poured a cup for himself. He didn't put on any airs. His cultivation was much higher than Etianyan, but he didn't put on any airs. Sword Edge Region Master, this time I came here because I have a request. After taking a sip of the wine, Etianyan said slowly, Chapter 16, 83. It was not surprising that the Sword Edge Region Master saw through Etianyan's intentions. It was not surprising that the Sword Edge Region Master could guess his intentions. After all, how could he be weak to sit in this position? That's right. I came here for an alliance. I didn't think about it before, but now that we have the same goal, it would be great if we could form an alliance. Etianyan laughed. Since the other was so straightforward, there was no need for him to hide anything. If he could, then he could. If he couldn't, Then he couldn't. There was no need to hide. Hiding wouldn't get him any benefits. Instead, it would make him feel disgusted. Actually, that's what I was thinking. When I found out that you killed a bunch of the evil emperor's elites and made him suffer, I decided to form an alliance with the Three Realms Celestial Realm. No matter what the Three Realms Celestial Realm is like, we must form an alliance. The Sword Edge Region Master's tone was firm. Tianyan squinted at him and asked in confusion, "Why?" "I think the Sword Edge Region Master is not interested in my faction. I have a lot of power." "That's right. Other rank 5 celestial realms can do that. What I admire is your ability to make the evil emperor suffer." The Sword Edge Region Master's eyes turned cold. "I swore that if anyone could make the evil emperor suffer, I would become friends with him. But since we're here to form an alliance, there's no doubt about it. Looks like the Sword Edge Region Master and the evil emperor have a grudge." Tianyan had already guessed it. It's a very deep grudge. The Sword Edge Region Master drank all the wine in his hand, turned around and looked at the long sword hanging on the wall, and said, "He killed my woman. Do you think it's a deep grudge?" Tianyan froze. Although he had guessed it, he was still shocked. "Deep. Very deep. If the woman I love was killed, I would also go crazy and kill the evil spirit race whenever I see them. No wonder you're on the blacklist of the evil spirit race." Tianyan finally understood what was going on. The main reason why the Sword Edge Region Master could be this crazy was because his beloved woman had been killed. How could he not be crazy? If it were him, he would also go crazy, and he would be even more ruthless than the Sword Edge Region Lord. Blacklist? I don't know about that. The Sword Edge Region Master smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile, as if he didn't think it was enough. "It seems like the sword art that the Sword Edge Region Master was practicing just now is related to your Taoist partner, right?" Tianyan recalled that set of ordinary sword art. It was a very ordinary thing, yet the Sword Edge Region Master went to cultivate it. Combined with what the Sword Edge Region Master had said before, he immediately guessed it, as expected of the Heavenly Cloud Territory Master. "Drink up." The Sword Edge Territory Master didn't say anything else. After filling their cups with wine, he drank a few more cups. Tianyan didn't say anything. They just poured wine together, clinked glasses, and downed the wine. He didn't stop until he had lost count of how many cups he had drunk. I wonder why the Heavenly Cloud Territory Master is here for something else, right? The Sword Edge Region Master drank a lot of wine, but he didn't look drunk at all. The same was true for Tianyan. He was completely fine. It was impossible for such a small amount of wine to make him drunk. My original idea was very simple. I just wanted to check out this crystal barrier. I haven't been here before, so I wanted to check it out and eliminate some evil spirit race. I happened to see Heavenly God Shui and the others patrolling, so I followed them. You know the result. That's it. Tianyan answered honestly. There was nothing to hide. I see. I thought you were here to investigate that matter. The Sword Edge Region Master suddenly realized. Investigate that matter? What is it? Tianyan immediately sensed that something was not simple. It was definitely not something that could attract the Sword Edge Region Master's attention. About breaking the barrier. Their strength is increasing, and they seem to have found a way to open the barrier. It's giving us a headache. The Sword Edge Region Master shook his head. The increasing number of evil spirit race made them feel distressed. This was not something they wanted to see. Tianyan was stunned. He immediately knew what was going on. Huan Mingyue could control the opening of the barrier, which was why such a strange thing happened. Now that Huan Mingyue was taken away, there was no way to open it. I know a little about this. Eteonion raised his wine cup and swirled it slightly. The Sword Edge region master immediately looked at him. The Heaven Creator race. They controlled the Heaven Creator race to open the barrier, and they did it by force. The Heaven Creator race. As expected, they controlled the Heaven Creator race, but the Heaven Creator race shouldn't have been able to control them. The Sword Edge region master frowned. He found it unbelievable. Eteonion swirled his wine cup and said, "The Heaven Creator race can't be controlled, but what if the Heaven Creator race gave birth to their child?" The Sword Edge region master's pupils constricted. He shook his head. Impossible. How can the evil spirit race's bloodline combine with the Heaven Creator race? That's the truth. That's what I shared. The reason why the evil emperor is so crazy about my forces is because I captured their child. Eteonion revealed such a shocking matter. Ha ha ha, great. I was wondering why the evil emperor was so crazy. So you captured their child. The Sword Edge region master's eyes were filled with joy. He wanted nothing more than to kill the evil emperor. To be able to defeat the evil emperor, it must be extremely satisfying. Then, they must have mastered some strange techniques. This is not a good thing. It's indeed not a good thing. It could even be said to be very serious. Now that I've captured one, I don't know if it will appear again in the future. After all, if one appears, there might be two or even three. Eteonion said solemnly, "That's why we can't delay any longer. It's best to rescue the Heaven Creator race immediately and cut off their method. That's a good idea. But we don't know where the Heaven Creator race is being held." The Sword Edge region master shook his head. They had an idea, but they didn't know where and what use it would be. "But I know." Eteonion narrowed his eyes. Slap! The Sword Edge region master slammed the table. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Good. Eteonion region master. You are indeed the strangest region master in recent years. You even know about this. In that case, I shall follow you and rescue the Heaven-creating clan." The Sword Edge region master really went as he said. How could he not go for such an important matter? Just the two of us? The evil emperor is not easy to deal with. Eteonion shook his head. Chapter 1684. There are other region lords going with them? Eteonion's eyes lit up. If there were other powerful beings going with them, then the success rate would be greatly increased. Yes, there is also the Fecta region lord. The Sword Edge region lord said with a smile. The Fecta region lord? Eteonion narrowed his eyes. Will he go with them? He didn't expect this. He didn't expect the Sword Edge region lord to be on good terms with the Fecta region lord. However, thinking about it carefully, the Fecta region lord's daughter was captured and was reported dead. This was almost the same as the Sword Edge region lord losing his most beloved woman. It wasn't impossible for the two of them to sympathize with each other. Of course, the Fecta region lord will definitely take action to deal with the evil spirit race, especially to save the Heaven Creators. After all, the Heaven Creators are technically his mother's family. Don't you think that's important? The Sword Edge region lord smiled. Is that so? Eteonion was taken aback. This meant that the Fecta region lord's mother was from the Heaven Creators. The Fecta region lord had the bloodline of the Heaven Creators. Following this logic, it made sense why he could give birth to a goddess with two terrifying abilities. The bloodline of the Heaven Creators was extremely strange. They had almost all kinds of special abilities, and some of them were quite unique. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the Heavenly Luck Goddess and the Heavenly Misfortune Goddess appeared. Apart from the Fecta region lord, I can also invite the region Lord Yuelong. The Sword Edge region lord said another name. What? The region Lord Yuelong? Eteonion was taken aback. How could he even invite the Regent Lord Yuelong? Regent Lord Yuelong is my sister-in-law. Do you think she will go? The Sword Edge Regent Lord smiled. She would be more than happy to do such a thing. She would be happy to destroy the evil spirit race. Tianyan drew a sharp intake of breath. Wouldn't befriending the Sword Edge Regent Lord be the same as befriending two major forces? He had been busy for so many days. He might as well befriend the Regent Lord, so that he could befriend the other two. Apart from that, I can also summon Cloudpiercer Regent Master. The Cloudpiercer Regent Lord is right next door. He has been guarding the crystal barrier with us for a long time and has been harassed by the evil spirit race countless times. If we ask him to go with us, he will definitely be very willing. The Sword Edge Regent Lord reported another person. Tianyan was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, weren't the 4 blacklists all here? Including himself, the 5 blacklisted individuals were all present. The 5 people who gave the evil spirit race the most headaches were all preparing to gather and attack the evil spirit race together. This is simply the 5 blacklists, all of them moving out. Tianyan felt that it was very funny. He wondered how the evil spirit race and the others would feel when they attacked together. 5 blacklists? I've never heard of that before. Does that mean we're all blacklisted? Sword Edge Regent Master laughed. Yes, Fecta Domain Lord, Yuelong Domain Lord, Cloudpiercer Domain Lord, you and me are all here. When the time comes, we will definitely stun them, said Tianyan with a smile. Haha, we're all on the blacklist? The Sword Edge Regent Master rubbed his chin and thought carefully before saying, thinking about it, it's true. All of us are so crazy, seeing the evil spirit race's fierce slaughter. Especially the small branches of the evil spirit race, they must hate us to the bone. Especially the evil spirit race that came through the barrier. We've already killed countless waves of them. After the Sword Edge Regent Master heard this, he was extremely happy, but he felt that it was not enough. Then, inform them to come over now. Tianyan said, I'll contact them now and see if they're willing to go. Although they have this thought, whether or not they have the time is another matter. They were not the subordinates of the Sword Edge Regent Master, so it was naturally impossible for the Sword Edge Regent Master to casually call them over. Thus, whether or not they would come over was another matter. That's for sure, but let's ask first. Tianyan said. The Sword Edge Regent Master nodded and quickly went to contact them. Since they knew the location, they had to act quickly. If they changed the location, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. Very quickly, the Sword Edge Regent Master returned and said excitedly, all of them said there's no problem and are preparing to rush over here. Good. Tianyan's eyes lit up. If they all came over, it would undoubtedly increase the success rate. If it was just him alone, it would definitely be difficult. Now that they were moving together, and they were all Regent Masters, the meaning was different. As long as the evil Emperor was not guarding there, attacking should not be a problem. Not long after, the first to arrive was the Cloud-Piercing Regent Master. The Cloud-Piercing Regent Master looked like a very scholarly middle-aged man. He did not look like someone who liked to be stained with blood, but more like a teacher. However, he was one of the blacklisted people. When he didn't explode, he was very scholarly. Once he exploded, he was like a demon. Cloud-Piercing Regent Master, you're here. This is the Sky Cloud Regent Master. The Sword Edge Regent Master introduced him to the Cloud-Piercing Regent Master. Upper, heavenly, venerable cultivation base. The Cloud-Piercing Regent Master frowned. This was not a good thing for him. If his cultivation base was too low, he would easily be a burden. Before coming, he had already informed them of the general reason, so they all knew that it was a plan to save the Sky Creator clan. Now that they saw that Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was so low, he was afraid that he would easily be a burden. The Sky Cloud Region Master's cultivation base is low, but his overall strength is not weak. The Sword Edge Region Master said. The Cloud-piercing Region Master nodded and did not say anything. Obviously, he did not believe it. Because of the Sword Edge Region Master's recommendation, he did not want to say anything more. Anyway, when the time came, he did not want to be a burden. After a while, the other two Region Masters arrived one after another. When they saw Yi Tianyun, their eyes lit up. Sky Cloud Region Master, you are here too? Yes, I told you about this plan. I did not expect the Sword Edge Region Master to still be in contact with you. Then, moving with you is undoubtedly the best choice. Sword Edge Region Master, I did not expect you to be in contact with the Sky Cloud Region Master. Ha! I also just met the Sky Cloud Region Master. The Cloud-piercing Region Master was very surprised. Did the Region Master Yuelong have such a high opinion of Yi Tianyun? Soon, the disheveled old man, the Fecta Region Master, came over. When he saw Yi Tianyun, his eyes lit up and he hugged Yi Tianyun. Sky Cloud Region Master, thank you so much. If it were not for you, my daughter would not have been able to come back. The Fecta Region Master completely lost his composure. Previously, Yi Tianyun did not follow them back to the Fecta region, so he did not know the situation. Chapter 16, 85. The Cloud-piercing Domain Lord had never seen the Fecta Domain Lord being so friendly toward someone. Even the Sorpeak Domain Lord was dumbfounded. The Fecta Domain Lord was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Fecta Domain Lord to be so friendly toward someone. It seemed like the heavenly god Misfortune was very important to him. Even though he was usually very calm, he was still very friendly toward her. Fecta Domain Lord, didn't you say your daughters? The Sorpeak Domain Lord was dumbfounded. That's right. I was in despair. I didn't think my daughters would survive and be trapped in the territory of the evil spirit race. Luckily, the Heavenly Cloud Domain Lord managed to sneak in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get my daughters out. The Fecta Domain Lord put an arm around Yi Tianyun's shoulder and said with a smile, Kid, my two daughters think so highly of you. Are you interested in becoming my son-in-law? Yi Tianyun was so scared that he almost swallowed his tongue. He immediately started to promote the two goddesses to Yi Tianyun, even the Cloud-piercing Domain Lord, and the others were shocked. His two daughters had always been his treasures. He didn't want to marry them off. Now, he even took the initiative to mention this to Yi Tianyun. How could the Cloud-piercing Domain Lord not be shocked? He was most shocked that Yi Tianyun was able to sneak into the territory of the evil spirit race and rescue the Fecta Domain Lord's daughters. What kind of ability was that? Even the Cloud-piercing Domain Lord couldn't sneak in. The difficulty was too high. The security was very tight. There was no way to sneak in no matter where one went. The only way to sneak in was to force his way in. Not only did Yi Tianyun sneak in, but he also rescued the two of them. This was very shocking to him. Fecta Domain Lord, please don't do that. Yi Tianyun immediately refused. What? You don't like my two daughters? The Fecta Domain Lord frowned. He was a little displeased. That's not it. Your two daughters are very beautiful and very powerful. However, I don't think I'm good enough for them. Yi Tianyun smiled and belittled himself. How is that possible? You're so strong and have so many abilities. I dare say that no young man in the entire divine territory is stronger than you. The Fecta Domain ruler gave him a very high evaluation. It was not just a high evaluation, it was a complete explosion. His abilities were strong, his puppeteering abilities were ferocious, and he was also the guardian of the evil spirit's pearl. If all of them were added up, who wouldn't be a match for him? Only who was not worthy of him. Cloud-piercer domain, Lord smacked his lips. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. If he said that, wouldn't he be disrespecting the Fecta domain Lord? Cough, cough, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss how to save the Sky Creators. This is more important now. Let's put everything else aside for now. Tianyan quickly changed the topic. He did not want to continue talking about this. That's right. Let's talk next time. We have to rescue the Sky Creators this time. The Fecta Protectorate Lord felt that it was better to resolve this matter first. In any case, there would be plenty of time for marriage in the future. For now, the heaven-creating races' matters were more important. Then, they began to discuss with each other about how to proceed. However, after asking a lot of questions, the Fecta Protectorate Lord and the others turned their attention to Tianyan. Tianyan Protectorate Lord, what's your plan? Compared to that, we are more interested in your plan. They were very interested in Tianyan's plan. Cloud-piercer domain, Lord originally wanted to say something, but he was stopped. He turned his attention to Tianyan. He also wanted to hear what Tianyan had to say. Tianyan was highly regarded, so he wanted to see how strong he was. I don't have any plan. The security there is tight. Apart from the evil emperor, anyone who goes near it will die. Therefore, we will just kill our way in. There is no good plan. It is basically meaningless to sneak in, Tianyan said. The plan was simple and crude. According to the information provided by Huan Mingyue, it was basically like that. There was no other way to get in. The security was tight, so they had to break in by force. I don't think so. The Fecta Protectorate Lord has all kinds of amazing skills. Maybe we can ask the Fecta Protectorate Lord for help. Cloud-piercer domain Lord retorted. He didn't want to break in by force. If they did, they would be surrounded, especially since there were only 5 of them, which was not a lot. They couldn't attack in large numbers. That would undoubtedly be the start of the God-Emperor War, and it would start in advance. They weren't ready yet, so they had to destroy the evil spirit race's plan first. If they didn't prepare anything, they would definitely lose if they fought the battle directly. Especially since the evil spirit race's situation was not clear, no one dared to attack them casually, and there was no meaningful alliance. Therefore, they couldn't attack them alone, could they? The most important thing was to save the Sky Creator race first, and then discuss the future. Cutting off the evil spirit race's support would make everything much easier. Okay, then let's break in by force. Fecta Protectorate Lord immediately agreed with Tianyan. Since the Tianyan Protectorate Lord has said so, I also support you. Yuelong Domain Lord, who was next to him, echoed, "Haha, since you have said so, what else can I say? Let's kill them together with the Tianyan Protectorate Lord." Jianfeng Domain, Lord laughed. What? Cloud-piercer domain, Lord was stunned. He had said so much, but Tianyan was still the leader? Why didn't he listen to his opinion? He waved his hand in the air and said, "Wait, didn't you plan to sneak in?" Fecta Protectorate Lord, I think you can do it, right? Huh, I can do it, but it depends on the situation. Especially since the Tianyan Protectorate Lord said that it's impossible, I definitely can't do it. Fecta Protectorate Lord spread out his hand and looked like he would listen to Tianyan's advice. This Cloud-piercer domain, Lord, was dumbfounded. This doesn't make sense, does it? Cloud-piercer domain, Lord. It's decided. No need to say more. Jianfeng domain. Lord put his hand on Cloud-piercer domain Lord's shoulder and said in a low voice, "I know you don't understand, but you will know when the time comes." Okay. Cloud-piercer domain Lord was very helpless, and he looked at Tianyan with a puzzled look. Is this kid really so magical? In the end, He didn't want to say more, and he just hoped that it was true. Of course, Tianyan wouldn't say anything. Based on the memory given by Huan Mingyue, there was no way to sneak into that area. The only way was to force their way in. Unless the memory given by Huan Mingyue was fake, they could only force their way in. There was no other way. Therefore, they had to race against time, and the sooner they could save the people, the better. If they were too slow, they might be intercepted. Chapter 1686. By the time Tianyan and the rest had made their plans and set off, the evil spirit race's side was in chaos. All of them were wiped out. Not a single one was left. What are they doing? The evil emperor slammed the chair angrily. The chair did not shatter, but a large part of the ground was shattered. The powerhouses below trembled. The evil emperor's anger was not that easy to bear. Lord Evil Emperor, the enemy is too strong and knows how to break the joint formation. So, I remember that there is no such powerhouse in the Jianfeng divine realm. Where did he come from? According to the investigation, it was the Tianyan domain lord who is on the blacklist. What? The evil emperor stood up and angrily kicked the chair. The chair was sent flying and smashed into the wall, turning into powder. It's that brat. It's him again. It's always him. This time, the purple evil spirit that could affect the Heaven Creator clan was sent over with great difficulty, but it was killed again. Damn it, I want to kill that brat right now. The evil emperor was infuriated once again. He couldn't figure out which expert it was, but who knew it was Tianyan? How could he have known it was Tianyan? First, Huan Mingyue was captured. Then the purple evil spirit was killed. He wanted to smash the barrier and rush in to destroy the Three Realms divine realm. However, he could not destroy it at all. If he could destroy the barrier of the Three Realms divine realm, he would definitely be able to destroy the crystal barrier. The experts below looked at each other in dismay. They were equally shocked when they heard the news. Tianyan's actions could probably reach the top of the blacklist. Capturing the Empress and killing the purple evil spirit were both major events. Where is he now? The evil emperor asked sternly. He seems to have entered the Jianfeng divine realm as a guest. One of the elders reported. He entered the Jianfeng divine realm. The evil emperor's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Keep a close eye on the Jianfeng divine realm. Report to me as soon as that brat comes out. If it wasn't for the fact that I have too many things to do now, I really want to get rid of the Jianfeng divine realm as well. The evil emperor could not do it for the time being, and the other forces could not destroy the evil spirit race either. However, the 5th grade and 4th grade divine realms were more like a plate of loose sand. They had no intention of forming an alliance. In this chaotic era, they did not dare to form alliances casually, as they could easily be stabbed in the back. This gave the evil spirit race a chance. After making the arrangements, the evil emperor went to busy himself with other matters. However, he was in a terrible mood. After all, it was already extremely terrible before. The heavenly deities arranged in the Three Realms divine realm had all died. How could they be in a good mood? Who knew that before he could calm down, he would hear such explosive news? His heart almost couldn't take it. Tianyan was the first person who had ever played the evil emperor like this. The Tianyan, Emperor Tianyan, Tianyan off. He divine emperor god, and Tianyan divine was under the strange gaze of the Fecta domain ruler. He completely concealed his aura and rapidly flew away. The Fecta domain, Lord's spirit ship, was very special. It could hide itself. Even spiritual senses could not detect it. It was definitely a supreme-grade spirit ship. From the looks of it, it was indeed a heavenly god spiritual treasure. It could be considered a relatively expensive item. This is the general direction. Just fly there. Tianyan took out the star compass and pointed at the corresponding location. The Fecta domain lord and the others came over to take a look. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this location? Tianyan was puzzled. He had never been there before, so he did not know what the situation was. This is where the sky creators used to live. It was destroyed a long time ago, and almost all that's left are ruins. I didn't expect it to be here. Turning the place where the sky creators used to live into a place to imprison them is really ironic. The Fecta domain, Lord shook his head. They really didn't expect to be hiding here. So that's how it is. I didn't know about this. Tianyan put away the star compass. In that case, let me see how they hide. The Fecta domain, Lord's eyes lit up. There was even more killing intent in the depths of his eyes. His mother's home had been destroyed. Now, they were being imprisoned in their home. How ironic! This made his hands itch. He wanted nothing more than to destroy them immediately. The transparent spirit ship was very fast under the Fecta domain lord's control. However, it still took a long time to reach the heaven creator divine territory. As soon as they entered, they saw piles of broken pieces. These were all fragments of various planets. There were also fragments of ruins. Almost none of them were complete. They were all broken pieces. This was enough to show how tragic the situation was. The sky creators had been completely destroyed. The tragic situation was enough to make one fantasize. This situation is a little too tragic. Tianyan looked around. There was not a single area that was unharmed. He didn't know how intense the battle had been. The sky creators have amazing attainments in all kinds of abilities. Even a planet or a tree can be turned into a weapon. But under such circumstances, they were still breached. Correspondingly, the evil spirit race paid a heavy price. It was a very heavy price. They didn't even have many casualties. The evil spirit race seemed to have countless lives. They weren't afraid of death at all. No matter how difficult it was to attack, they pushed their way through. In the end, the Sky Creators race still lost because of exhaustion. The Fecta domain, Lord shook his head. He didn't participate in this battle. By the time he understood what had happened, it was already too late. A battle between God Emperors was just that cruel. After understanding the situation, he realized that it was all the evil spirit race's doing. In the outer divine territories, he thought that it was some selfish divine territory, who knew that it was the evil spirit race, a race that didn't belong to this world. Soon after, they entered. After passing through countless fragments, they finally arrived at the marked area, the rock tornado. There was an area in front of them that was surrounded by all kinds of rocks. There was almost no way for wind to pass through. There was only a small entrance that could be used to enter. However, there were powerful cultivators guarding the entrance. There were also all kinds of large arrays. It was almost airtight. I finally know why other methods didn't work. The cloud-piercing domain, Lord smiled bitterly. At that time, he thought that it was a normal place to be imprisoned. Now, it seemed like he was wrong. Even if the Fecta domain Lord was very powerful, it would be very difficult for him to pass through this terrifying rock tornado. Once they entered, even if their cultivation levels weren't weak, they would be forced back, and all of them would be injured. Chapter 1687. Based on the current situation, I can't even break in easily. Just as the heavenly cloud domain, Lord said, we can only force our way in. The Fecta domain, Lord sized up the stone tornado and said in a deep voice, and this is the Heaven Creating Clan's method. It's really ironic that the Heaven Creating Clan is using their own ability to seal themselves. Such a shocking formation was the Heaven Creating Clan's ability. His own ability was used on himself. It was indeed Very ironic. It looks like it's not simple inside. Even if we manage to break in, it won't be easy for us to save them. The Sword Edge domain. Lord sized up the formation. Since the outside was so shocking, it was definitely not simple inside. Yes, the Heaven-creating clan's ability is naturally not limited to this. Unless the evil emperor is not cautious, the traps inside are definitely extremely difficult. They might not be able to kill us, but they can at least trap us inside temporarily. The Fecta domain. Lord's expression was very solemn. If we are trapped and the evil emperor and the others attack, we will be in danger. Especially in their territory, we won't be easy to deal with. Fecta domain Lord. Even you can't break it? The Sword Edge domain. Lord was very surprised. The Fecta domain Lord was very familiar with the Heaven-creating clan's ability, and he even had half of the Heaven-creating clan's bloodline. Logically speaking, it should be very easy. I can break it, but it won't be easy in a short period of time. I'm afraid that if we are trapped, it won't be that fast. The Fecta domain. Lord shook his head. He was not invincible, and naturally, he couldn't break everything easily. Then should we give it a try? The cloud-piercing domain. Lord smacked his lips. Wouldn't it be a wasted trip if they didn't try? We definitely have to try, but we need to prepare a foolproof plan. If only we had the previous domain Lord's Fecta divine fan. The Fecta domain. Lord sighed. Fecta divine fan? Fecta domain Lord. Didn't I get the Fecta divine fan? Eteonian was puzzled. Indeed, the Fecta divine fan was fished out, but it's so badly damaged that its effects are greatly reduced. It's almost unusable. If we can use it, we can deduce the direction of the formation and some future situations. The Fecta domain Lord explained. Fecta domain Lord. I've repaired it a little. Can I use it now? Eteonian took out the Fecta divine fan. The Fecta domain. Lord's eyes widened when he saw it. He snatched it from Eteonian and examined it carefully. After a while, he looked at Eteonian in astonishment and asked, How? How did you do it? This celestial pearl divine fan was very damaged before, but now it has recovered more than half of its power. I spent a little effort to repair it. It's a special technique. Eteonian smiled and said, I wonder if this is enough. Enough, it's enough. Heavenly Cloud Territorial Lord, you're really special. Your technique in this aspect is really unique. I'm afraid even the Heaven Creator clan doesn't have this kind of ability. The Fecta domain. Lord laughed heartily. His mood was naturally different now that he had this almost repaired divine fan. The cloud-piercing domain. Lord raised his eyebrows when he heard such a high evaluation. He couldn't help but take another look at Eteonian. He really didn't expect such a situation. He had previously thought that Eteonian was very ordinary. Now, it seemed that he was very extraordinary. The Fecta domain Lord closed the fan and said with a sharp look in his eyes, All right, let's go now. They were invigorated. They were finally going to rescue the people. They had thought that they would return empty-handed. They didn't expect that Eteonian would be able to take out the repaired Fecta divine fan. This gave them a little more hope. Under the Fecta domain Lord's lead, they rapidly approached the rubble tornado. The Fecta divine fan seemed to come to life in the Fecta domain Lord's hand. It constantly spun and sent rays of light into his head. It was obvious that he was frantically deducing what would happen next. After a while, he quickly closed the fan and said, There's a guard outside and 3 guards inside. The guard inside will immediately rush out when we launch a sneak attack. Everything has to be done quickly. I believe that all of you will be fine. They all nodded, indicating that there would be no problem. The Fecta divine fan had already deduced what would happen next. This meant that when they launched a sneak attack, they would immediately attract the attention of the guards inside. From this, it could be determined that there were 4 guards inside, not just one. The Fecta Domain Lord was the first to attack. He rushed over without hesitation. He didn't use any other moves. He just flew over and waved the Fecta Divine Fan in his hand, slashing at the guard. The closed fan turned into a sharp blade and slashed down. The guard didn't even have time to react before he was cut into 2 by the Fecta Divine Fan. Although the Fecta Domain Lord's cultivation wasn't high, only at the early stage upper heavenly god level, the power he unleashed was extremely terrifying. Even an intermediate heavenly god guard was instantly killed. Tianyan could tell that the Fecta Domain Lord wasn't just using his own power. He also had a special ability. That was the prediction ability of the Fecta Divine Fan. It could predict the opponent's movements in advance. Before this, Tianyan had strengthened him with healing powers. He had no other reason than to earn more experience. The Fecta Domain Lord glanced at him curiously. He didn't know why Tianyan was healing him. He wasn't injured at all. Why would he heal him? However, the Fecta Domain Lord didn't think too much about it. He led them in and killed their way in. Sure enough, as soon as he killed the guard, 3 more guards rushed out from inside. "It's an intruder. Hurry up and report it." The guard quickly took out his communication jade pendant and wanted to pass on the information. However, the sword light was much faster than the speed at which the guard crushed the jade pendant. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the guard's arm was gone. Then, the sword slashed down, and the guard was cut into 10 pieces. Another guard was engulfed by a beam of moonlight. He quickly melted and turned into a pile of ash. As for the last guard, a cold light flashed through the clouds and penetrated the guard's head. They were all killed in one move without any hesitation. As for Tianyan, he only strengthened them with healing powers so that he could gain experience. He didn't have a chance to attack at all. Although he could also kill them in one move, he could gain experience. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The other domain lords were confused. Why did he keep strengthening his healing powers? Did he think that they would fail in their sneak attack and get injured? Chapter 1688. After killing the guards, the Fecta Domain Lord took the lead and rushed forward. At the same time, the Fecta Domain Lord kept using the Fecta Divine Fan to deduce something. The Fecta Divine Fan can't be deduced all the time. The more it is deduced, the more damage it will cause. The reason why the Fecta Divine Fan had been damaged so badly was largely because it had been constantly deducing, causing it to break down so quickly. Ding! Successfully accepted the special quest, Save the Heaven Creator Clan. Reward, 5,000 crazy points, 50 Heaven Creator Clan's favorability, and 50 other domain lords' favorability. A special quest popped up, and Tianyan accepted it without hesitation. It's a good quest, and he won't miss it. After rushing all the way in, there were no guards inside. But what they faced was a huge door, which was not unexpected. The guards were only the real gatekeepers, and they didn't even have the qualification to enter. Most of the time, they were just here to guard. And when there is an intruder, they will immediately send a message. It seems that we have to go in, but we still have to destroy this door. But once this door is destroyed, the evil emperor will know immediately. The Fecta Domain Lord looked up and down at the door. This door is not the work of the Heaven Creator Clan, but the work of the evil emperor himself. Its grade is not low. It is at the level of a 7th or 8th grade divine carving master. It's not surprising that the evil emperor knows this stuff. It's not surprising that some experts have other abilities, especially since the evil spirit race often devours the abilities of others. It's not particularly surprising that they can cultivate to become a high-grade divine carving master. Fecta Domain Lord, can you break this door? Sword Edge Domain Lord asked. It's not a big problem. I can break it with a little effort. But after breaking it, time will be tight. After all, the evil emperor and the others will come here in no time. At that time, there is only one escape route, and it is very likely that we will fall into a bitter battle. The Fecta Domain Lord looked at them, wanting to hear their opinion. Once they start, they may fall into a bitter battle. As for whether it will be life-threatening or not, that's another matter. They want to gather more experts, but if they come, they basically don't have any God Realm experts, and if something happens, their God Realm will fall. It's meaningless to send too few people, but sending too many people is afraid of problems. Especially since this place was not simple, it was easy for problems to arise. The key was to end the battle as soon as possible. If he could avoid fighting against Evil Emperor, he would do his best to avoid it. They might even be able to escape quickly. Since we're already here, if we don't give it a try, we'll have come for nothing. Who knows, the heaven creators inside might be able to help us after we break in. When that time comes, killing our way out shouldn't be a problem, the Sword Edge Region Master said after some thought. That's right, if a part of the Heaven Creator tribe could move, they would really be of help. Region Lord Yuelong agreed. The Heaven Creators were imprisoned inside, so the evil Emperor couldn't possibly torture them, right? No matter what, these were all very precious, and they couldn't be messed around. Following that, they shifted their gazes to Tianyun. Tianyun had been standing at the side, without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Region Lord Tianyun, what do you think? Region Lord Yuelong turned around and asked. Not much. I can only say that no matter what, we have to save the Heaven Creators. After all, if the Heaven Creators are used by them, once the crystal barrier is completely controlled, we'll probably be finished, Tianyun said in a low voice. Therefore, we can only fight. There's no other choice. You're right, there's no other choice. There might be danger, but if they didn't save the Heaven Creators, it wouldn't be danger, but destruction. Following that, the Fecta Domain Lord immediately started checking to see how they could break the door. After looking around, he quickly locked onto the formation eye above and started breaking it. As soon as he started breaking it, the door began to emit a dazzling light that spread in all directions. Damn it, if we break the door even a little, the news will start to spread. We have to end this quickly. The Fecta Domain Lord cursed angrily, and his hands began to move faster. He thought that the evil emperor would only know after breaking the door, but it seemed like he would know soon. The moment the door was broken, the news was sent out. It could be seen that the evil emperor had raised the situation here to the highest level. Once something happened, he would be notified immediately. It's a pity that we don't know anything about the Divine Seal, and its grade is too low. Yuelong and the others wanted to help, but they didn't know anything about it. The Sword Edge Domain Lord's main focus was on sword practice, and he didn't care about anything else. He was either focused on alchemy or cultivation, but he didn't care about anything else. Let me do it. I know a little about this, Tianyun said as he stood up. He didn't expect to help. He thought that the Fecta Domain Lord would be enough, but he still needed his help. Heavenly Cloud Domain Lord, you know about this? If the grade is too low, then there's no way to break it. Only a 7th or 8th grade divine, Inscription Master, can break it, Cloud-piercing Region Master reminded him. But he quickly shut his mouth and looked at them with shock in his eyes. Tianyun and the Fecta Domain Lord seemed to be competing to see who was faster, and they frantically broke the formation eye. After a brief comparison, they found that Tianyun's breaking speed was even faster than the Fecta Domain Lord's. When the Fecta Domain Lord saw this, he was shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. In his opinion, it was normal for Tianyun to be a high-level divine inscription master, since he could make such an amazing puppet. With the two of them quickly breaking through the door, the time it took for them to break through the door was very short. It was mainly thanks to Etienne's help that they were able to break it so quickly. At the same time, the evil emperor received a message. The evil emperor, who was in the closed-door meditation room, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a bit of coldness in them. Finally, I was discovered. But it's good that I want to see what kind of fat sheep dares to break into my territory. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly stood up. He was not the least bit anxious. He didn't curse, but turned around and said to the guards outside, "Summon an evil god army for me." "Yes, evil emperor." The guards immediately went to summon the evil god army. The evil god army was actually the powerful evil spirit clan, and it was a well-trained evil god army. Chapter 1689. After Etienne and the others broke the door, they rushed in together and saw an even thicker door. They didn't expect to see another door after entering. Continue to break. The Fecta domain lord rushed forward, and so did Etienne. They continued to break the door. Their speed also soared, and they broke through the door in a frenzy. Soon, the door was broken again, and with a rumbling sound, it opened slowly. However, the Fecta domain lord slapped the door impatiently. Boom! The door was slammed open. Immediately, another disgusting door appeared in front of them. It was not much different from the door outside, but the location of the formation was naturally different. There's more. The Sword Edge domain lord and the others were stunned. How could there be so many doors? Usually, 2 doors were a lot, but there were 3 this time, which was undoubtedly too many. However, this time, the Fecta domain lord and Etienne didn't break through the door immediately. Instead, they stopped. Why did you stop? Are you feeling a little tired? The cloud-piercing domain lord walked over and asked in confusion. Etienne and the Fecta domain lord looked at each other. Then the Fecta domain lord looked at him and said, "Why don't you tell us what you think?" "I suspect that there's a trap here." Perhaps the evil emperor already knew that someone would come in, so he purposely designed so many doors. He wants us to keep breaking through the door, and when they arrive, we will be trapped here, Etienne explained to them. "Does this mean that the heaven creators aren't inside?" The cloud-piercing domain lord frowned. If they kept breaking through the door without seeing the heaven creators, wouldn't that be a trap? No, the heaven creators are definitely inside. I believe that the Fecta domain lord has already sensed the heaven creators. The evil emperor purposely did this to let us sense the heaven creators. Then he forcefully broke through the door, thinking that we can break through everything before they arrive and rescue the heaven creators. But they don't know that we've fallen into evil emperor's trap. He wants us to continue fighting, and in the end, we won't be able to find heaven creators. Instead, we'll be trapped here. I think the evil emperor wants to capture more members of the heaven creator race, or some invaders like us. Etienne listed them one by one and guessed evil emperor's thoughts. Their expressions changed. Now that he said it, it was possible. He had probably leaked out a bit of his aura for them to sense. It was just like a house where the naked, I could see through the window that there was money inside. Who would have thought that when one broke through the door after another, they would find that there were all kinds of iron cages locked inside. They could see, but not touch. This was tantamount to luring them over, so that they would fall into his own trap. Either he left, or he charged in even though he knew it was a trap. That's right. What I want to say is exactly what the heavenly cloud domain Lord wants to say. According to the designs of us divine engraving masters, we certainly wouldn't design so many doors. Not only would this increase consumption, but it would also be a waste of resources. It would be better to arrange for a few more guards. There is only one possibility for such a design, and that is to intercept us on purpose to stall for time. It can even be said that when we break through to the back, another door might fall in front of us to block our way out. The fecta domain, Lord turned to look at the wall behind him. He couldn't see it now. If he could, it wouldn't be a trap. However, he guessed that it might be a similar trap. With the evil emperor's sinister thoughts, there would definitely be a similar trap. It seems that we are in a dilemma. If we leave, we will have come here for nothing. If we don't leave, the Heaven Creator race will be trapped here. We can see them, but we can't rescue them. The Jianfeng domain, Lord smiled bitterly. This was a very troublesome matter. Then, should we leave now or continue? They looked at each other. Only God knew if there would be another door behind this door after breaking through this one. This would give the invaders a feeling that they might be able to break through the door and find the Heaven Creator race next time. Of course, we continue. Yi Tianyun's gaze was cold. The evil emperor thinks that he has a card up his sleeve and can intercept all the invaders. Naturally, we can't let him do as he wishes. Especially if we leave now, there will probably be another trap outside. I think the evil emperor won't let the invaders leave so easily. Yes, we have to continue breaking through the door. We have already come this far, so we can only continue. Let's compete and see if we can break through the door faster or if they can rush over faster. The fecta domain lord was indeed unhappy. After knowing that there was such a trap, he still wanted to continue breaking through it. This was his stubbornness. He didn't want the evil emperor to succeed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's break through it together. Yi Tianyun laughed loudly. But I have to make some preparations. I will let the evil emperor know that some schemes are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Then he closed his eyes. No one knew what he was doing. The fecta domain lord and the others looked at each other. They didn't know what Yi Tianyun wanted to do, but listening to Yi Tianyun's tone, it seemed like he had some special plan. But they chose to believe in Yi Tianyun and waited. Cloud-piercing domain, Lord didn't know what Yi Tianyun wanted to do, but after thinking about it, he decided to stay on the side. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Yi Tianyun could come up with. Level up. Ding. Successfully leveled up to Divine Carving Master, level 8. After deducting a lot of crazy points, the Divine Carving Master successfully leveled up to level 8, only one step away from level 9. Once it reached the 9th grade, it would be the maximum level. At that time, he would be the #1 Divine Inscriber in this world. As for whether there are other Divine Carving Masters at level 9, maybe there are, but at least they are on the same level as them. After leveling up, Yi Tianyun's soul strength improved a lot. He actually reached lower heavenly god level in one go. This kind of qualitative leap was expected. Previously, when he leveled up to Divine Carving Master, there were similar changes, so it was not surprising to see such a change this time. Okay, let's start now. Yi Tianyun stood up and walked toward the door. Fecta Domain Lord, I just used a secret technique that can speed up the process. Since it consumes a lot of energy, it won't last long. But let me solve it, it will be faster. Okay, Heavenly Cloud Domain Lord will decide. Fecta Domain Lord didn't say any nonsense. He also wanted to see what Yi Tianyun could do to quickly solve the special situation here. Chapter 1690. After Yi Tianyun was ready, he directly rushed to the front of the gate, and the speed of his hands suddenly increased by 100 times. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, several formation cores were destroyed. This speed was 100 times faster than before. It was so fast that the Fecta Domain Lord was dumbfounded. He knew how difficult it was to break this formation, but in front of Yi Tianyun, it was as easy as pulling a carrot. Too fast. They were all stunned. although cloud-piercing domain lord, and the others didn't practice divine carving arts. They had seen it before. Moreover, they could easily master low-grade divine seals. When their cultivation reached a certain level, it would be very fast to practice other things. As for the grade, it was certainly not too high. The higher the grade, the harder it was to practice. This was the inevitable result. They didn't have that much energy to spend, so they could only practice to a relatively low level. For example, third or fourth level was still very easy. As for higher level, they couldn't do anything unless they invested more energy. Therefore, although their grade was not that high, they all knew how difficult it was. The speed of breaking the formation was so fast that it stunned them. They had never seen anything like this before. This speed is so much faster than before. What kind of secret technique can increase this speed? The Fecta Domain Lord's eyes flashed, and his interest in Tianyun grew. Correspondingly, they were also worried about Tianyun's consumption. With such a fast speed, it must be very exhausting to break it, right? The answer was yes, but it only consumed crazy points. Tianyun himself didn't consume any crazy points, but breaking the divine seals gave him a lot of experience and proficiency. Soon, in less than a moment, the gate was completely broken. It took less than 1/10 of the time before, and it was easily broken. After the gate was broken, it was immediately slapped open by Tianyun. What came into view was yet another large door. Sure enough, it was a trap. After breaking one layer, there was another layer. Tianyun didn't complain. This was all expected. He continued to rush up and continued to break at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the gate was broken again, and the Fecta Domain Lord and the others were stunned. Although they had seen it before, they still couldn't get enough of it. They were still shocked. Tianyun's speed was really shocking. In their opinion, there was no one in the entire divine realm who could break the barrier faster than Tianyun, unless his cultivation was very strong, reaching the God-Emperor level. But it was not broken, but smashed with a slap. The gate opened, and then another gate. Tianyun continued to break the door, and after breaking 2 doors in a row, there was no more door in front of him. The first thing that came into view were many cells, and many heaven creators were locked up in them. These heaven creators were fixed on the wall, unable to move. However, from the looks of it, the situation was still all right. At the very least, he wasn't abused too badly. After the door was broken open, they all turned their heads to look. When they thought that it was the evil emperor, they realized that the one who rushed in was not the evil spirit race. When the Fecta Domain Lord entered, he looked around with a gloomy expression. Although they weren't abused, their conditions weren't much better. All kinds of essence blood had been extracted, and they were all stuck at a very reasonable point. Thus, their conditions weren't too bad. This meant that they had turned into livestock and were kept here, unable to move. Once he recovered a little, some of his blood essence would be extracted. This was similar to the evil spirit race that Tianyun had encountered before. As long as it was rare and useful, they would use this method to control it. He fattened them bit by bit, and then drained them of their blood essence bit by bit. The divine seals on the cells here are still very difficult to break. The Fecta Domain Lord also discovered that the divine seals on the cells here were not easy to break. The Fecta Domain Lord also discovered that the divine seals on the cells here were not easy to break. It was no wonder why the evil emperor was so at ease. He did not know how long he would have to spend to clear all of them. Unfortunately, his worry was misplaced. Tianyun didn't say anything. He pounced forward and continued to destroy it. The seemingly sturdy divine seals were instantly destroyed. The Fecta Domain Lord and the others followed and started to rescue the heaven creators inside. However, The chains that locked the Heaven Creators were also suppressed by the divine seals and needed to be broken. This was up to the Fecta Domain Lord to break it, or the Sword Edge Domain Lord and the others to use external force to break it. After all, the surface area of these chains wasn't that big. They were similar to defensive equipment and could be broken with a little more force. Compared to the thick and heavy doors, it was much easier. After all, there were more divine seals carved on the doors, and it was more difficult to break them. Yi Tianyun's current priority was to open the doors. He would first destroy all the doors before rescuing the people. This would also give the cloud-piercing domain lord and the others something to do. At least they wouldn't be waiting dumbly at the side. There were roughly 10 rooms in the entire cell, and each room held about 10 people. In total, there were more than 100 Heaven Creators. This wasn't a large number. Perhaps some of them had already been killed, which was why there were so few of them. However, there weren't many Heaven Creators to begin with. The more heaven-defying a race was, the rarer their numbers were. Very quickly, Yi Tianyun destroyed all the chains and started to rescue the Heaven Creators. His hand tapped on the metal chain twice. It looked like he was tapping twice, but in fact, he had already tapped it hundreds of times. The divine seals on it were immediately destroyed. Ding! The metal chain fell, and the Heaven Creators who were fastened to it went limp and sat on the ground. Recover a little and prepare to escape together, Yi Tianyun said before continuing to destroy the chains for the others. It was easy to bring them out. All he had to do was keep them in the living space. It wasn't difficult. Thank you. The Heaven Creators didn't know what to say. They were extremely grateful to Yi Tianyun, and that was all they could say. With Yi Tianyun's help, more than half of the Heaven Creators were rescued. The remaining few were destroyed by the cloud-piercing domain lord and the others. It had to be said that Yi Tianyun's speed was really too fast. The other 4 were no match for Yi Tianyun alone. Everyone is rescued. We can escape now. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath. It had to be said that he had expended a lot of energy, especially in terms of his spiritual power. Fortunately, his spiritual power had broken through to the lower celestial god level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Chapter 1691. It had to be said that this was a very awkward situation. Yi Tianyun and the others had contributed the most. On the other hand, the Cloud-Piercer Domain Lord and the others were just standing there foolishly. They had only helped out a little. However, they had only helped a little. Most of the traps were destroyed by Yi Tianyun and the Fecta Domain Lord. They could only solve a small part of the traps. Thank you, thank you. The Sky Creators were trembling. Their eyes were filled with hope and excitement. They would thank the heavens if they could escape from this place. They were even more grateful to the people in front of them. However, they were more grateful to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun had personally rescued them. We can talk about this after we get out. Hide in this living space now. Let's escape together. Yi Tianyun gestured for them to hide in the Fecta Domain Lord space. The Fecta Domain Lord's cultivation level was not the highest. However, his overall abilities were definitely the strongest. His dispelling speed was shocking. However, in terms of combat power, he was really not on par. Any domain lord here was much more powerful than him. Even the Fecta Domain Lord was the same. His cultivation level did not seem very high. But who knew what kind of strange treasures he would throw out? In other words, he could smash someone to death with treasures. The Sky Creators did not think too much. As long as it was not the evil spirit race, they would think that it was a good person, especially when they sensed a familiar aura from the Fecta Domain Lord. It was undoubtedly the aura of their clansmen. They immediately entered the Fecta Domain Lord's special space. However, they had only entered a part of the space when one of them warned, "The evil emperor has set up many traps here. He has also used our abilities to strengthen this place. When you escape, there will be even stronger defenses. You have to be careful." "We have already guessed that." "No problem," said Tianyun. "Then we will leave it to you. We can't help much now. We can only say that we will reward you handsomely after we escape." They nodded and surged into the Fecta domain, Lord's special space. After all of them had entered, they immediately fled outside. The Sky Creators were no longer here. All that was left were empty prison cells. As for treasures, it was even more impossible to find them here. However, in terms of treasures, the Sky Creator race was indeed a treasure. Every single member of the Sky Creator race was extremely precious. Sure enough, as soon as they turned back, the gates immediately began to be sealed. Large doors descended from high above, blocking their path at an extremely fast speed. There were a total of 7 doors. The divine seals on each gate were different, and it would take time to break them. But Tianyun took the lead and rushed forward, and began to quickly destroy it. His speed was as shocking as ever. Soon, a door was destroyed. This simply couldn't stop him. He was also an 8th grade divine inscription master. Unless he encountered a 9th grade divine seal, he would be able to break through it at an astonishing speed. "Heavenly Cloud Territorial Lord, can you still hold on? Don't force yourself." The Fecta Domain Lord and the others began to worry. Tianyun had been fighting for such a long time. Perhaps he had used up a lot of energy and was just holding on. "I can still hold on. No problem." Tianyun continued to break through the doors. Even if he couldn't hold on, he had to. He didn't want to be trapped here. And he didn't want to encounter the evil emperor leading a group of experts to kill him. At that time, even if they forced their way out, they would suffer heavy losses. Since Tianyun had said so, they couldn't say anything more. They could only wait on the side. They prayed in their hearts that Tianyun could really hold on. As long as he could escape, everything would be over. Tianyun rushed madly all the way. Soon, the doors were destroyed one after another. Even if they were reinforced, they were destroyed at an astonishing speed with his super speed of 128 times. In less than the time for an incense stick to burn, all 7 doors were destroyed. When the last door was destroyed, he quickly pushed it open. The Fecta Domain Lord and the others' hearts were stuck in their throats. When they saw the light outside, they were overjoyed. Judging from this speed, they could probably escape. "We're out. Let's go." After Tianyun left, he didn't look happy at all. To him, it wasn't over until he had completely escaped from this place. They flew out one after another. However, they didn't fly far before Tianyun immediately stopped. He was enveloped in a thick shield that flashed with lightning. There was also a layer of rubble outside. It seemed like they had activated a thick shield and rubble when they came out. This was to prevent the invaders from turning around and escaping when they gave up on the invasion. This is the Sky Creator clan's method. They fuse the power of lightning and rubble to form an extremely strong shield. If we charge out recklessly, we'll have to expend a lot of energy. We might even get injured. If we break through it, we'll need a long time. The evil emperor is the evil emperor. He's already calculated everything. It's basically flawless. When the Fecta Domain Lord saw the shield, his expression changed. He immediately knew what was going on. Although he had expected this, he had to admit that the evil emperor's preparations were too thorough. He really wanted the invaders to not be able to return. Even if they succeeded in invading, there would be layers of protection when they came out. It was practically a defense hell. Correspondingly, this place consumed a lot of resources. Setting up such things required a lot of resources. Ordinary forces wouldn't play it this way. However, the evil emperor liked to play it this way. He felt like he was catching a turtle in a jar and slowly toyed with the invaders. It's fine. We just have to continue breaking. As long as it's a divine seal, there's nothing we can't break. We just need a little more time. Tianyan swept his gaze across and immediately searched for a flaw. Although it was created by the Sky Creator clan, it was still fused with the divine seal. As long as they found the right direction, there was nothing they couldn't break. That's true. However, after fusing with the Sky Creator clan's technique, the difficulty of finding the flaw has increased greatly. The Fecta domain, Lord swept his gaze across. However, I'll help you. My breaking speed isn't that fast, but I can still help you find the flaw. You don't have to break the entire shield. You only need to break a small part of it. With our strength, we can break a small crack and force our way out. When that time comes, even if it's slightly affected, we can still easily break out. The Fecta domain, Lord suggested. Their cultivation base wasn't just for show. Even if they forced their way out, they could just about force their way out. However, the damage they would suffer was greater, and the risk was also higher. This was especially so because they were slower. Chapter 1692. No problem. Let's find a flaw and break out of it. Tianyan looked around and quickly activated his heavenly eye, searching for the flaw with the Fecta domain lord. Time was of the essence. They didn't know when the evil emperor would arrive, so it was best to break the barrier as soon as possible. With the two of them working together, they quickly found the flaw. At this time, Tianyan also took the lead and rushed forward to break the barrier. However, the speed at which he broke the barrier wasn't ideal, mainly because the barrier was surrounded by many other forces. If he got a little closer, he would suffer all sorts of attacks, causing him to suffer all sorts of injuries and affecting his breaking speed. Fortunately, the Sword Edge Region Master and the others quickly surrounded him and stood in front of him, easily blocking all kinds of attacks. If they couldn't even do this, then they might as well just kill themselves. Under the protection of the many domain lords, Tianyan broke the barrier very smoothly. Although he wasn't particularly fast, it was much faster than before when he was interfered with. Of course, it was still much faster than when the Fecta domain lord broke the barrier. As the barrier's energy was fluctuating, the formation's eye was also fluid, so it was a little difficult to find it. As long as he found it, he could break it immediately. If it was similar to the fixed formation from before, it would be easy to break it. This isn't easy at all. With the Sky Creator clan's techniques, the difficulty has increased exponentially. Tianyan finally witnessed the Sky Creator clan's power. They were adept at transformation. Whether it was offense or defense, they would constantly change. This way, it wouldn't be easy to break through. For example, the difficulty of breaking the barrier was greatly increased. If there weren't other domain lords to help, Tianyan would have to spend a lot more time to break it. It's about time. Tianyan's eyes lit up, just a little bit more, and he would be able to break a crack. Then, he would be able to escape with everyone. The others were delighted. As long as they could break out, they would win. They would be able to escape successfully and wouldn't have to face the evil emperor. Finally, under Tianyan's technique, a small crack appeared on the shield. However, the crack was so small that it looked like it didn't exist at all. It was similar to a crack in a crystal barrier. It had just been penetrated, but it had already begun to repair itself. Let's go. You guys go out first. I'll intercept them from behind. Tianyan gestured for them to rush out first. Once he loosened his grip, it would immediately close up. At that time, let alone him, even the others wouldn't be able to get out. The Fecta domain lord and the others wasted no time and immediately led the charge. They could tell what was going on. If this dragged on, it would drag Eteonion down. They formed a circle and rushed out. The Fecta Domain Lord shouted, "After we get out, we will build a passage for you and protect you." Eteonion nodded, indicating that he understood. Very soon, the Fecta Domain Lord and the others rushed out. As soon as they did, they were immediately hit by all kinds of attacks. Because they had been weakened, they were much less powerful. Overall, they were still able to get out easily. As they rushed out one after another, the evil emperor happened to rush over. When he saw them coming out one by one, his expression changed. What's going on? They actually came out. How did they do it? The evil emperor's expression was ugly. He was confident that he could stop the invaders, but he didn't expect them to come out so quickly. When he saw them coming out, he saw that they were all familiar faces. They were actually on the blacklist. Very soon, 4 blacklisted existences appeared in front of him. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that there was another person inside the shield. It was Eteonion. All 5 blacklisted existences were in front of him. Not a single one was left out. In particular, Eteonion, whom he hated to the bone, was still holding on inside the shield. Damn it, don't even think of escaping. The evil emperor quickly formed hand seals. Very soon, the shield that had been opened up was rapidly mended. In the blink of an eye, the shield that had been opened up was mended up. With the interference of external forces, the effect was completely different. If the Sky Creators had been maintaining the shield from the side, the effect would have been even more different. Otherwise, the evil emperor wouldn't have been so crazy as to capture all the Sky Creators. First, he had captured them. Even if he couldn't control them, he could force them to break open the crystal shield. At least it wouldn't be constantly mended. Eteonion's expression changed. He had wanted to go out, but now the exit was sealed, and it was even more secure than before. When he looked outside, he realized that the evil emperor had appeared in the distance. He knew why this was happening. He didn't expect that something like this would happen in the end. The evil emperor is here, the Fecta Protectorate ruler, and the others had ugly expressions. They were also prepared to help Eteonion break open the passageway so that they could pull him out. Now, forget about pulling him out. They had to break it open again. That would take even more time, especially with the evil emperor interfering and constantly strengthening the shield. How could they break it open so easily? This basically meant that Eteonion was trapped inside and couldn't come out. Go now. Eteonion's voice could barely be heard, and he signaled them to leave and leave him alone. Eteonion Protectorate ruler. They gritted their teeth and finally turned around and fled in another direction. It wasn't because they were heartless, but it was meaningless for them to stay here. They couldn't break open the barrier easily. Rather than staying here, it was better to escape and settle down the heaven-creating clan first. After all, the evil emperor didn't come alone. There were 2 teams of evil deity army here. One team had 15 evil deity army members, and the other 2 teams had 30 evil deity army members. It meant that there were 30 heavenly deity evil spirit clan members, and the evil emperor personally led them here. Even the 5 protectorate rulers didn't dare to fight them head-on because it would only increase the death rate. The reason why they didn't dare to send all their forces here was that this was their battlefield, which was supported by all kinds of arrays. If they sent all their forces here, they would only suffer heavy casualties. If the evil emperor brought experts to attack their forces, it would be difficult for them to resist, but at least they wouldn't be in such a disadvantageous position like here. Damn it! The Eteonion Protectorate ruler has been caught. We have no choice but to leave first. Otherwise, even we can't leave. That's right. Let's go first. We'll move the Sky Creators out of here first, and then we'll come back and fight them to the death." They were not afraid of death. After all, if they were to fight them head-on and all of them died here, the Heaven Creator race would have been saved for nothing. They would still be captured in the end. Chapter 1693. When the evil king saw them escaping, he immediately shouted, "Hurry up and chase after them. Don't let them escape." "Yes, evil king." The two evil god armies quickly joined forces and turned into two huge evil spirits, chasing after them. After exploding out, their speed reached the limit in one go, and they rapidly closed the distance between them. When Tianyun, who was inside the shield, saw the situation outside, his expression quickly turned solemn. He did not expect that he had killed so many evil spirit race powerhouses, who knew that there were still so many of them. A bunch of evil god armies. Just these two evil god armies alone could probably wipe out many forces, right? However, the evil king and the others did not do so, or rather, they did not do so for the time being. As for why they were not in a hurry to escape, perhaps they had their own considerations. No matter what, from this, it could be seen that the strength of the evil spirit race was a little beyond their imagination. Perhaps many evil spirit race members had already come over from the crystal barrier, so there was a group of very powerful beings. "Let's go." The Fecta Domain Master waved the Fecta Divine Fan in his hand, and at the same time, a transparent spirit ship appeared in front of him. He pulled the other Domain Masters into it, and then burst out with the fastest speed possible, disappearing on the spot with a whoosh. The terrifying speed was so fast that even the fused evil spirits could not catch up. In particular, as they flew for a long time, their speed gradually increased, and they broke through this area, disappearing into the pitch-black deep space. To be honest, this is really not my style. The Sword Edge Domain Master's expression was ugly on the transparent spirit ship. He felt really bad about leaving Tianyun behind like this. Is this also our style? The Fecta Domain Master's expression was also ugly. They thought that everything was going smoothly, who knew that they would still be intercepted by the evil king. Tianyun was trapped in the shield, under the control of the evil king. The shield's power was more than doubled. In this way, even if they helped, they would not be able to break it immediately. Facing the two evil god armies, they immediately had an idea. They could only leave first. They would first save the Sky Creator race. Then they would call for reinforcements. This was the best solution. This meant that their plan could be considered as half a failure. Originally, the few of them came here with the intention of sneaking in quietly so that it would be easier to escape. Who knew that one person would be left behind? But for most situations, this was indeed an extremely worthwhile price to pay. Sacrificing one person to save so many people was naturally more worthwhile. Sometimes, if you can't get a perfect ending, you can only choose a less perfect ending. It doesn't matter. I think we should focus on escaping. If we can't escape, then all our efforts will be in vain, and we will be letting down the heavenly cloud region Lord's good intentions. Region Lord Yuelong and the others looked gloomy as they felt a powerful force chasing after them. Without a doubt, it was the evil god army. They were chasing after them. The two evil god armies increased their speed to the extreme and caught up with them. If this continued, they would definitely catch up with them. "Yes, let's escape first." The Fecta Domain ruler said coldly. They were ready to fight at any time. If they didn't repel the two evil god armies, they wouldn't be able to escape. The two evil god armies, which had transformed into evil spirits, were so fast that even a spirit ship could easily catch up with them. This was enough to show how terrifying their strength was. While they were preparing to fight, Tianyun began to think about how to sneak out. The crack in the shield had been mended. They could only open it again, or they could break through it by force. There was no other way. As for instant transmission, it was useless in this place. The Heaven Creator clan's things were very strange, and the seal was so strong that he couldn't pass through. Sound could pass through, but his spiritual sense couldn't. It was completely blocked by the surrounding energy, so he couldn't use the teleportation godstone or instant transmission. If it was useful, he wouldn't have come here to break the shield. He would have left with them. I didn't expect that we would meet again. The evil emperor didn't chase after them personally. Instead, he came to the front of the shield and looked at Tianyun coldly. Before, he had been insulted by Tianyun, but he couldn't fight back. Now it was different. Being trapped inside was like catching a turtle in a jar. He could do whatever he wanted. Yes, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Tianyun smiled and said, I don't feel comfortable here. Can I go out and have a chat with you? Let's have a cup of tea or something. Do you think I'm stupid? Since you want to save the Heaven Creator clan, how about staying inside? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to be locked up with them? The evil emperor sneered. Tianyun was stunned. It seemed like the evil emperor didn't know that the Heaven Creator clan had been rescued, and not a single one was left. It seemed like the evil emperor could only sense that the gate had been broken, but he didn't know what was going on inside. But thinking about it, this was indeed the case. Unless they set up a similar array, they wouldn't know. If they did, it would be more troublesome. The main reason was that they trusted these defenses. The evil emperor naturally wouldn't set them up. Hence, he made a huge mistake. He thought that they had returned empty-handed, so he stayed here and didn't chase after them. After Tianyun understood, he smiled. That's right. Then lock me up together with the Heaven Creator clan. Tianyun turned and flew inside, ignoring the evil emperor. The evil emperor watched him fly inside and sneered. Don't worry. After they're captured, I'll lock you up together with them. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Before Tianyun entered, he turned and smiled at the evil emperor before disappearing inside. He was intentionally misleading the evil emperor into thinking that the Heaven Creator clan was still trapped inside. This way, he wouldn't chase after them immediately. The two batches of the evil deity army were troublesome enough. If the evil emperor was included, it would be even more troublesome. Don't worry, you'll be looking forward to it. The evil emperor turned and was about to fly away to check on the situation when Tianyun suddenly popped his head out. Evil emperor, you big idiot. Come in and catch me if you can. Tianyun shouted. The evil emperor, who was about to check on the situation, paused. He turned to look at Tianyun and said coldly, Do you think you can escape after I've strengthened this barrier? I'll settle the score with you after I catch them. Chapter 1694. If you have the guts, don't leave. Come and fight with me. Tianyun flew out. He didn't want evil emperor to leave. If he chased after the evil god army, he was afraid that something bad would happen. Humph, with your cultivation, I can kill you in a minute. Evil emperor said disdainfully. When you left the god territory, you were just a piece of trash. Then he flew up and chased after them. He didn't want to stay here any longer. In his opinion, it was impossible for Tianyun to escape. So he had to chase after those who were running away. It seems that I have to break the shield to attract his attention. Tianyun frowned. He moved his attention back to the barrier and then began to break it. The result was the same as before. During the process of breaking, many stones and lightning bolts came at him, constantly interfering with his breaking of the formation. Full strength. Tianyun's eyes flashed. He used all his strength. When stones came at him, he kicked them to pieces. When lightning bolts came, he used his strong body to resist them. His hands kept pointing at the void, breaking the shield at a very fast speed. If the evil emperor didn't come back, he would really be able to break out of this place. Then he would be able to escape. On the other hand, he wanted Evil Emperor to stay. After all, the Fecta Region Master and the others hadn't gone far. Although he knew that the Fecta Region Master had all kinds of treasures, Evil Emperor wasn't someone to be trifled with. He must have a lot of treasures. If they really clashed head-on, it would not be so easy to deal with. The Sword Edge Region Master and the others were strong, but the evil god army wasn't weak either. After breaking several formation eyes, cracks began to appear on the shield. It was obvious that if he continued like this, he would be able to break it. However, as soon as the crack appeared, the crack on the barrier quickly healed again. It was quite fast. Then Evil Emperor's angry face appeared in front of him. He glared at him and said, "I didn't expect you to be a good divine carver master." Not long after he left, he sensed that the shield was slightly damaged. So he came back quickly. This area was within his sensing range, so he would know immediately if there was even the slightest movement. This was also the reason why he felt at ease when he left. But not long after he left, Tianyin tore open a small crack, allowing him to quickly return. When he saw Evil Emperor return, Tianyin thought that he might not be able to tear it apart, so he snuck out. "I think it's just SOSO. What? You're not going to keep chasing?" Tianyin looked at Evil Emperor mockingly. "I think I should suppress you first." Evil Emperor waved his hand, and the barrier around him stopped moving. Then it gradually disappeared. Tianyin watched in shock as the shield faded away. He had never imagined that the vile emperor would need to put it away before entering. No wonder the evil emperor hadn't charged in to suppress him. It turned out that he had to first close the barrier before he could enter. This kind of protection seemed to be a bit of a scam. It was no wonder that he had sent so many experts over. It was an all-around blockade. Who knew that by the time he arrived, he had already slipped away? Seems like this is my chance. Tianyin's eyes narrowed. He had thought that he would have to fight or self-destruct and play dead. Now, it seemed like there was no need for that. He just needed to find an opportunity to use the teleportation godstone. Then he quickly flew inside and hid beside the door. He held the teleportation godstone tightly in his hand, ready to escape. Once the barrier was gone, he would immediately use the teleportation godstone. "Let's see where you can run this time." Evil Emperor's eyes were cold. He stared at Tianyin, who was hiding in the corner, and said coldly, "There's no point in hiding." Evil Emperor stretched out his hand to grab Tianyin. He wanted to completely seal off Tianyin's escape route. But it was too late. When the barrier was completely sealed, Tianyin had already used the teleportation godstone. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The huge void hand ruthlessly slammed into the rubble, and with a boom, countless rubble was smashed into powder. What's going on? Is he hiding inside? Evil Emperor found that his attack had failed. Tianyin was not in the area he had been in. He frowned and quickly chased after him. When he entered, he found that all the doors had been destroyed. His heart sank. He quickly flew inside. When he saw the situation inside, his mood instantly plummeted. How? How is this possible? There are so many doors and so many seals. Even a 9th grade god inscription master can't destroy them so quickly. I haven't been here for long. Evil Emperor was about to go crazy. He flew inside and circled around. He found that all the god seals had been destroyed. Some of them had been destroyed by brute force, but most of them had been destroyed by normal means. No matter how they had been destroyed, he only needed to know that they had all been destroyed. All of them had been destroyed. Not a single heaven creator was left. They had all disappeared without a trace. He was dumbfounded. He had come at a leisurely pace because he was very confident in his defenses. There were a total of 14 doors and all sorts of small seals. Even if he were to destroy them, he would need a very long time, let alone coming over. Even if he flew over slowly, the other party would not be able to destroy them all. In reality, Evil Emperor had not been very slow. The total time he had taken was not more than half a day. This was including the time he had spent gathering the evil god army. He had probably taken less than a few hours to get here. He could not have left the heaven creators too far away. Hence, it would not have taken him a long time to get here. Who knew that things would still happen? All the heaven creators had been rescued. Not a single one was left. Apart from that, Eteonion was nowhere to be seen. He had hidden somewhere. Where are you hiding? Is there any concealment technique in this world that I can't recognize? Evil Emperor frantically attacked in all directions. Pitch-black palm prints covered the area in front of him. The surroundings were charred black, but no matter how he attacked, it was useless. Eteonion naturally did not hide here. He had already used the teleportation divine stone to leave. After he attacked every corner, Evil Emperor completely understood. Eteonion had escaped. He was not here. He did not know what method Eteonion had used to escape so silently, but it was a fact that he had escaped right under his nose. He must have been taken away by those people. No wonder that brat kept trying to hold me back. Evil Emperor's gaze turned cold. He quickly turned and chased after him. He flew as fast as he could. Chapter 1695. Eteonion didn't teleport back to the Three Realms God Domain, but to the God Domain outside of the Heaven Creator race. Before he came, he had already set up the corresponding coordinates. He wasn't in a hurry to return because he wanted to check on the Fecta Domain Lord and the others. Did they need his help? He was originally trapped, but now he was the most relaxed. It wasn't his style to leave immediately. No matter what, he had to confirm that the Fecta Domain Lord and the others had successfully escaped. That was the most important thing. When he went outside, he quickly concealed himself in the void. He was very confident in his 5 Dragon Divine Movement boots. As long as the Evil Emperor wasn't too close to him, he wouldn't be able to detect him. He quickly circled around to see if the Fecta Domain Lord and the others were still nearby. After circling around, he didn't find them in this area. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Looks like they've successfully escaped. Eteonion nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from in front of him. When he looked up, he saw that it was the Fecta Domain Lord's spirit ship that was speeding towards him. Behind the Fecta Domain ruler's spirit ship, there was a giant diabolical god hot on its heels. The other giant diabolical god had already been destroyed and turned into scattered diabolical spirit race beings that chased after them. However, their speed was much slower than the giant diabolical god. They still caught up? Eteonion's heart sank. However, he quickly flew over to help them. The Fecta Domain Lord's spirit ship was flying towards the Heaven Creator God Domain's territory. This made him puzzled. Even if they caught up, they shouldn't be flying in that direction, right? Could they have turned back to save me? Eteonion couldn't help but speculate. If this was really the case, he would be very touched. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He quickly flew over and intercepted the spirit ship. Fecta Domain Lord, it's me. Eteonion's sudden appearance at the side of the spirit ship caused the Fecta Domain ruler, who was controlling the ship, to be startled. But he reacted just as quickly and directly sucked Eteonion into the spirit ship. Eteonion Domain Lord, you are not trapped in there? The Fecta Domain Lord and the others looked at Eteonion in shock. Eteonion smiled and said, I didn't expect the barrier to have such a big hole. If the evil emperor wants to come in and capture me, he'll have to activate the barrier. That way, I would be able to use a secret technique to slip away. I didn't expect to run into you guys. What's going on? He quickly noticed the situation here. Among the several region lords, one person was missing. That person was Region Lord Yuelong. Region Lord Yuelong was not here. This meant that it was very likely that he had escaped. The Sky Creators have already been taken away by Region Lord Yuelong. When they catch up to us, we will fight it out with them, and then secretly let Region Lord Yuelong escape. Now, we are rushing back to rescue you. I didn't expect you to escape already. This is really unexpected. They looked at Yi Tianyun with surprise. Originally, they felt a bit guilty when they escaped. However, after settling down, they immediately returned. This made Yi Tianyun feel very touched. It seemed that they were very reliable allies. They would not leave anyone behind. I can only say that the evil emperor's arrangements are a bit inappropriate. Let's not talk about this. Let's take this opportunity to escape. The evil emperor is about to catch up. The evil emperor should know that we have rescued the Sky Creators. When that time comes, he will definitely kill us. Yi Tianyun said in a low voice, "Good. Let's escape with all our strength now." The Fecta domain lord nodded. He immediately increased the power of the transparent spirit ship to the maximum. Then, he quickly fled outside. "You are here, and you still want to leave?" The evil emperor's angry roar enveloped the world. At some unknown time, the evil emperor had fused with the evil god army. He had transformed into an incomparably huge evil spirits. However, the face of this evil spirits was his own face. Since he was the leader, his appearance was naturally based on him. He was originally a heaven-defying heavenly god. Now that he had fused with the incomparably huge evil spirits, his power was at its peak. He waved his hand and grabbed at them. The huge pressure made the faces of the domain lords darken. Even the sword-edge domain lord, who was also a late-stage upper celestial god, felt the immense pressure. It had to be said that the evil emperor was really too strong. Sword-edge domain. Cloud-piercing void. The two tyrannical domain lords immediately used their strongest techniques to clash head-on with the evil emperor. Boom. The two tyrannical attacks collided with the evil emperor's attack. An earth-shattering energy explosion occurred. A moment later, the huge void hand grabbed their attacks and pulled them to the side, shattering them into pieces. "You dare trespass on my territory with just this bit of power? Return the heaven creators to me." The evil emperor stretched out his hand and continued to grab at them. With the power of the evil god army, his power had increased greatly. It was no wonder that he had brought so many evil god army soldiers. It turned out that he had prepared them to cooperate with him. He didn't want them to act alone. If they worked together, the evil emperor's power would increase greatly. He could even break the joint attack of the two domain lords. This level of power was really frightening. The evil emperor and the evil god army are too strong. Let's hurry and retreat. The Cloud-Piercer domain lord and the others didn't stop attacking. They erupted with their power again. The Fecta domain lord kept activating the Fecta divine fan and deducing the next step of the plan. Yi Tianyun could only watch in the face of this power. The great array controlled by the evil emperor might be the true evil spirits. 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. He smashed them to pieces with a single palm strike. No wonder they didn't want to face the evil emperor. This power was too abnormal. The Fecta domain lord steered the spirit ship and quickly dodged the evil emperor's attack. With the help of the Fecta divine fan, he could just barely deduce the next step of the plan. However, that was all. The evil emperor's cultivation was too high. He couldn't deduce too much. At most, he could only use it to dodge. After dodging several times, the evil emperor was still in hot pursuit. The interference of the two domain lords was quite limited. They couldn't stop the evil emperor's pursuit. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape easily. They would only be chased until they died. The evil emperor couldn't let them go. The sky creators had been captured. He couldn't let them go no matter what. In terms of endurance, the evil emperor was undoubtedly superior. With so many heavenly gods supporting him, the Fecta Domain Lord's side would definitely be the first to collapse. Fecta Domain Lord, is there no way to escape? The Sore Point Domain Lord kept resisting. He couldn't help but complain in the face of the evil emperor's powerful pressure. They had now witnessed the evil emperor's true power. It was too terrifying. Moreover, it didn't seem like the evil emperor's ultimate power. Chapter 1696. The Fecta Domain Master and the others were anxious. If they continued to resist like this, it would only become more and more dangerous. Even if they could delay for some time, it wasn't a solution unless they escaped to a place where they could resist the evil sovereign. But they didn't have much time to prepare. If they dragged the evil sovereign into their own forces, wouldn't they be finished? This was the fusion of so many Empyrean divinities. Even if they were scattered, they could suppress many influences. Moreover, they would be finished before they even reached their own forces. I have an idea, but I'm afraid we have to abandon this spirit ship. Tianyun said solemnly, "It's just a spirit ship. It's fine. When the time comes, we can detonate it as long as we can escape." The Fecta Domain Master was domineering. In truth, even if they were poor, they were willing to pay this price as long as they could escape. After all, if they lost their lives, what use would this spirit ship have? That's fine. Cloud Piercer Domain Master and Sword Edge Domain Master, hide in my space. Tianyun indicated for them to hide in his living ring. They didn't think much of it and immediately hid inside. They didn't doubt Tianyun's words at all. In particular, Cloud Piercer Domain Master. Before, he didn't trust Tianyun, but now he viewed Tianyun as his own brother. In battle, he could even trust his back to him. Following that, Tianyun looked at the Fecta Domain Master and said, "Now it's your turn. Come in a bit further away." "No problem. Let's erupt with all our strength." The Fecta Domain Master chuckled and controlled the spirit ship to erupt with its greatest power. The entire spirit ship's surface bloomed with dazzling white light, and its speed increased by several times. In this situation, it was undoubtedly a state of exhaustion. As this continued, the damage to the spirit ship would become increasingly severe. Eventually, it would truly become a transparent spirit ship. You still want to escape. When the evil sovereign saw the spirit ship erupt with its greatest speed, he thought they were making a final struggle and also increased his speed to catch up. However, the Fecta Domain Lord's speed of control was undoubtedly a little faster. The Fecta Protectorate Lord immediately entered Tianyun's living space. Tianyun also immediately used the teleportation godstone and disappeared on the spot. At this time, the spirit ship continued to rapidly fly forwards. After flying for some distance, it began to slow down. Then it started shining with red light, and when Evil Emperor got close to it, it suddenly exploded and turned into a powerful bomb. Boom! A violent explosion spread out, and even Evil Emperor was forced back a distance. The entire alliance formation nearly fell apart. Self-destruct, Evil Emperor was stunned. Even if he could not escape, there was no need for him to do this, right? If he chose to self-destruct, wouldn't the domain master inside be injured? After the explosion dispersed, not even a shadow could be seen, let alone a corpse. There was nothing in front of them. Where is he? Evil Emperor rushed over and looked around. Forget about seeing anyone. He didn't even have any presence. He stared at this side. If anyone escaped, he would definitely know. But he couldn't sense the slightest aura, not even a trace of aura, which made him completely dumbfounded. So many domain masters had disappeared, just like how Itianyan had disappeared in front of him. Did they all use some mysterious secret technique to escape? Evil Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Not a single domain master was left alive, and the Sky Creators had been rescued. This made him want to die. Previously, Huan Mingwei had been captured, and now the Sky Creators were gone. How was he supposed to play? The 5 Great Blacklists. They really are the 5 Great Blacklists. Evil Emperor clenched his fists, and his eyes were extremely cold. I didn't want to act so soon. Are you forcing me to act now? The reason why they weren't in a hurry to act was definitely because they had slowly made arrangements and made a foolproof plan, especially a bunch of old farts. They didn't know where they were hiding, and that was what they were most afraid of. If it was just the strength on the surface, they would have long since killed their way over. They wanted to find the evil spirits and resurrect the evil spirits before killing their way over. They didn't want to repeat the same mistake. The taste of failure wasn't pleasant. Hence, they still didn't choose to act against the seemingly powerful factions. They had too many things to worry about. Evil Emperor stood where he was for a while, and finally shook his head. Fortunately, we don't really need them anymore. Although it messed up the plan a little, it's still acceptable. I'll let you live a little longer. When the time comes, I'll let you know that no matter where you hide, it's meaningless. Evil Emperor finally left with his subordinates. They had returned without any achievements, and they had definitely suffered a setback. In another region, Tianyan escaped with them to another region, and then let them out. Originally, he could have brought them back to Yuelong's celestial domain to wait, but after thinking about it, he decided to take a look around first. Perhaps they had arranged for Yuelong's celestial domain master to hide somewhere. We've successfully escaped, Tianyan said. That's true. We escaped so easily. This region seems to be quite far away. I wonder what kind of mystical secret technique this is. It must have consumed a lot of energy, right? Even a normal escape talisman wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Fekta Domain Master was very interested in this, and he didn't know what kind of treasure Tianyan had used. Tianyan said with a smile, "Indeed, it consumed a lot of energy. It's a secret technique used to save one's life. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it's still acceptable for us to escape." "Thank you, Tianyan Domain Master. We were able to escape so easily," Cloud-piercing Domain Master, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had Tianyan with them, or else they would have been dead. Yes, it's true that Tianyan Domain Master can create miracles easily, and it seems that it's true. Sword Edge Domain Master laughed. He had always been very interested in Tianyan, and now it seemed that he was really interesting and magical. He had a special secret technique that allowed them to escape easily. Although they didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, they thought that it must have consumed a lot of energy. It's just SOSO. By the way, where is Yuelong's Celestial Domain Master? Did she go back, or is she hiding somewhere? Tianyan asked. Yes, she is hiding. Let's go find her now. Sure enough, as Tianyan thought, Yuelong's Celestial Domain Master was still hiding, and she didn't directly run back to Yuelong's Celestial Domain. In fact, hiding was the safest way to escape, because if they ran around, they would be easily discovered. Of course, the premise was to find a good place to hide. If they were too obvious, it would be tantamount to suicide,